Now today, we're going to see, what if Godlike Harry Potter got security from Sirius Black? Join Patreon for early access of super stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It ran as fast as it could through the forest. He could hear the slight movement of little feet running in front of him. He could smell the once familiar scents that went out of the little being. It was chasing, it was now mingled with fear. The little being knew he was running after it, and that with its longer legs it was only a question of time till he captured it. Finally, they got into a clearing, and he leaped. He heard something under his paw, something furry, something squirming, something little and alive. The big black dog let out a soft, contented bark that only seemed to terrify the little rat lying under his paw. With a soft pop, the dog turned to a man, with the rat still clenched in his fist. He looked the animal over carefully. It was gray. His fur was soft but dirty. The rat's little eyes were staring at him, observing its every movement. He wasn't moving much, like it knew it would be impossible for him to escape this time. This time all was lost, no Remus, Lupin to turn into a werewolf, and probably no ministry wizards around. The little rat started to tremble, and Sirius Black tightened his grip around it. In a soft but ice-cold voice, he talked to the rat. "Well, my little friend, that's it. After nearly 2 years, I finally got you where I wanted you. Now not even your master is going to rescue you. You will be in Azkaban before you can even blink." Sirius took a little cage he had taken to wearing at all times. It had been charmed by his friend Remus Lupin, so nothing could escape it. He placed Wormtail in it and securely closed it. After having tucked it away, he put the cage once again in one of the pockets of his robes and sighed tiredly. He had passed most of the night chasing the little traitor. He was awfully tired, but he couldn't go to sleep. Not now, he simply couldn't risk it. He needed to have Peter delivered to the ministry, or he would not get a second rest. He sighed and closed his eyes briefly. That was another problem. Where could he go? He could not apparate without his wand. He also was too far away from Remus's house or from Hogwarts. Hell, even the Ministry of Magic was too far away. Then it hit him. He knew where he could go. Hopping, he was making the right decision. He turned back into Padfoot and started to run. When he arrived at his destination, the sun was slowly rising. It was probably around 8 in the morning. He looked at the house wearily. He could smell its occupants clearly. They were all awake, even if it was early in the morning. Sighing a little, he trotted up the path to the house. He peeked inside it through the back door and saw 8 redheads sitting around the kitchen table, all having breakfast. He frowned. The redhead he was looking for wasn't present yet. He was debating with himself if he should summon in or wait when a little cry got his attention. The red-headed girl had seen him, and in a flash, she was at its side. "Oh, you poor dear. What has happened to you?" Padfoot looked at her, wondering what she was talking about. Of course, it was entirely possible he looked bad. He hadn't really had the chance to look in a mirror for quite some time. "Ginny, what's wrong?" The woman who had been making breakfast joined the girl at the door and looked down on him. Her look changed to one of concern at the sight of the dog. "Bring him inside, dear. It seems he could eat something." The woman turned and the girl, Ginny, motioned for him to come in. He did so and looked around again. He was slightly annoyed to see Ron hadn't arrived yet. Ginny led him to one side of the room and gave him a plate full of food that he ignored. He could feel the eyes of the whole family looking at him curiously, but he ignored that too. His full attention was at the kitchen door. He nearly jumped out of his fur when he heard Mrs. Weasley call. "Ron, get down here this instant. Breakfast is ready." Padfoot was overjoyed when he heard the familiar voice answer. "Coming, Mom." He listened intently as a door closed upstairs and a pair of feet came running down the stairs. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the kitchen door opened, and the lanky boy entered the room. When Ron entered, he was in a good mood. He had just heard from Hermione, and she had said she hadn't gone to Crumb that summer. He entered the room where his family was waiting for him, whistling happily, and was about to greet them when his eyes locked with the pale eyes of a big, black dog. Ron stopped dead in his tracks, not moving his gaze from the familiar dog. Everyone was now looking from him to the dog curiously. Finally, his father asked, "Ron, is something wrong?" The boy didn't seem to hear him. With a faint voice, he said one word, "Padfoot." The twins looked at each other questioningly. What was their brother talking about? But the dog answered immediately. He got up from where he had been laying, he barked, and then ran to Ron. The boy bent down and looked him over carefully. "Is it really you?" The dog barked once again, allowing Ron to pet him. Ginny looked a little surprised. Her brother wasn't one to get along with animals. "Ron, do you know that dog?" Her brother ignored her, his attention still fully on the dog. "What are you doing here?" The dog shook his head and took the boy's sleeve, carefully tugging at him, indicating that he wanted the boy to follow him. Ron smiled slightly. "Calm down, Padfoot. I'm coming." Without another word to anyone, he left the room, followed by the big black dog. The whole family looked at each other surprised, but no one commented. Fred and George, no longer able to contain their curiosity, stood up and silently followed their brother. Not even their mother commented. They were all too startled at Ron's unusual behavior. Ron carefully closed the door to his room and then drew the curtains. Finally, he turned to the dog and nodded to him. With a soft pop, Sirius turned back to his human form and looked around the room. He chuckled lightly and turned to the teenager who was smiling slightly, but kept throwing nervous glance at the door. "Let me guess, Ron, you like the Chudley cannons?" Ron rolled his eyes. "What made you guess?" "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Ron." Sirius smiled and quickly hugged the boy. When they parted, Ron saw a sight that petrified him. Standing in the now open door were his twin brothers, looks of fear and betrayal crossing their features. Sirius, noticing his face, slowly turned around, and immediately all color left his face. To be continued, they stood facing each other for a while before one of the twins, Padfoot didn't know which, made a movement. Then all hell broke loose. The other twin opened his mouth to scream, but neither got the chance. A scream of stupefy ran through the room, and Sirius saw the two boys fall to the ground, making a lot of noise. He didn't doubt the rest of the family would be up here in seconds, but there was no use in changing back. Instead, he turned around and saw Ron standing there, a blank expression on his face, wand raised high. "Ron, stand azide Sirius." Sirius did what he was told and watched how the whole family entered the room, wands in their hands. The first thing that caught their attention were the twins, slumped just inside the room. They all rushed inside, and then Ron shouted, "Expelliarmus!" All wands in the room flew neatly to his hand. All eyes in the room locked on him, and then moved to Sirius, who was now standing behind the teenager. Horror began to spread through their features. Bill was the first to react. He began to move to the door, but Ron was quicker. "Firmer!" The door closed with a bang, leaving all of them closed inside Ron's room. With a cold voice, Ron said, "Please, stay where you are. I don't want to have to stun you." Ginny fearfully went to Bill's and Charlie's side, who were now looking murderously at their younger brother. Percy was now sitting on one of the bed, looking hard at Sirius, who was still standing behind Ron. Arthur and Molly were looking disbelieving at their youngest son. Arthur shifted his gaze hard to Sirius, who cringed slightly under his glare. "What have you done to my son?" Before Sirius could answer, Ron did it for him. "Considering he doesn't have a wand, I dare say he hasn't done anything to me." Arthur looked back at him. "Then why, Ron? Why are you protecting this murderer? You know he wants to kill Harry. Are you now helping him? You are supposed to be his best friend, and now you're going to help this murderer to kill him." By the time Arthur had finished, Ron was red-faced, barely controlling the fury he was feeling. Before he could answer, a voice came from downstairs. "Ron? Mrs. Weasley." Ginny bolted to the door and began to pound on it furiously. Ron made no movement to stop her. He had recognized Hermione's voice. He heard the girl come up the stairs. "Hermione!" "Ginny?" The voice had stopped before the door. "What's wrong? You need to run. Go warn the ministry. Quick, before they kill us." "Who wants to kill you?" The voice sounded confused, and Ron had to suppress a grin. His friend was too curious for her own good, but sometimes it came in handy. "Sirius Black, and Ron is helping him. They have got our wands and have stunned the twins. Please go quickly." Silence followed Ginny's last statement. "Hermione." Ginny was now sobbing against the door, desperately waiting the sound of footsteps going away. It didn't happen. Hermione's calm voice came through the door. "Ginny, please move out of the way of the door." Before the girl could reply, Ron's cold voice told her, "Do as she says." Ginny moved trembling to her brothers, and then a soft Alohomora was heard through the wood, and the door opened, allowing Hermione to slip in. Percy shot up from the bed and bolted to the door. But Hermione was expecting it and quickly closed the door again, moving aside and letting Percy collide against the closed door. She whispered Firmera, and they were all once again trapped inside the room. Molly was looking curiously at his youngest son. He wasn't making any move to take her wand. Did that mean Hermione was also associated with that murderer? The girl calmly walked past Ron and then left the room, astonished by hugging Sirius. The man smiled slightly and hugged her back. "Hello, Sirius. I'm glad to see you again, Hermione." The girl looked around the room and sighed sadly. She kept her wand in her hand and joined Ron's side. "Why are you here, Sirius?" The man sighed at the girl's stern voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause you too trouble. But Hogwarts and Moonies were too far away, and this was the only place I could think about." Hermione frowned, not moving her gaze from the Weasleys, who were listening intently. "What do you mean, Sirius? Why were you in such a hurry that you couldn't go to Hogwarts? You know the headmaster doesn't mind having you around." Now the Weasleys were shooting each other confused looks. Dumbledore knew about this. "I know, Hermione, but I didn't dare." Sirius quietly took the cage from between the folds of his robes and showed it to Hermione. The girl came closer, and then her jaw dropped when she recognized the rat. "You caught him," she whispered, a grin spreading through her face. "Oh, Sirius, you really caught him." Sirius grinned back at her. "Yeah, I guess I did." He looked over at Ron, who hadn't moved from his place, but was now grinning from ear to ear. "Congratulations, Sirius. About time someone caught the damn rat." "Thank you, Ron." Hermione looked around and sighed. She took one of the wands that Ron had in his pocket and handed it to Sirius, causing the rest of the crowd to gasp. "What do we do now?" Ron relaxed a little now Sirius had a wand and could defend himself if the need arose. "I wanted to borrow Pig to send a letter to Dumbledore. It's a pity the twins had to see me." "Don't worry about it, Sirius. Pig is downstairs. Why don't you go send the letter, Sirius?" The man nodded and walked to the door, knowing Ron and Hermione were covering his back in case one of the Weasleys decided to attack him with their bare hands. Luckily, they were all too stunned to try to do anything. He firmly closed the door after him, barring it with magic, and then went downstairs. He found the Thinny Owl flying happily through the kitchen. He took some parchment and a quill he always wore with him and quickly scribbled down. "Albus, I've caught the rat. I'm at the Weasleys. Sadly, they have found out about me, and Hermione and Ron have had to subdue them. Could use some immediately." Padfoot. He caught the Thinny Owl and tied the parchment around its leg. "Go to Hogwarts. Bring this to Professor Dumbledore." They chirped happily and flew out of the window. To be continued. Dumbledore was drinking some tea that same evening when the little owl of Ron Weasley entered his office. Surprised, he took the owl, wondering what the teenager might want. He had never rode him before. He briefly thought about the possibility of it being from Harry, but quickly dismissed it. He knew very well Harry was still at his aunt and uncle's house. He would have known the instant he left the house. He took the letter and opened it, surprised to see Sirius's untidy handwriting. He read the letter over 2 times, a slight frown being replaced by a soft smile. So Sirius had finally done it. Dumbledore stood up. Even if he was glad that Sirius had caught Wormtail, he was a little worried about the rest of the Weasley family, knowing Ron and Hermione could sometimes reach extremes to protect someone. Dumbledore quickly left his office and walked out of the castle. After having left behind the anti-apparition wards, he quickly apparat to the Burrow. Sirius had been pacing through the kitchen, listening intently for any sound coming from upstairs. He was startled by a soft pop, announcing the arrival of a wizard. Sirius rose his wand, ready to defend himself, but he quickly relaxed when he saw Dumbledore watching him with a slight amusement on his features. "Sorry, Headmaster." The man smiled kindly at him. "That's quite all right, Sirius. Where is he?" Sirius pointed to the cage he had left on the table, where the rat was now slumbering. Dumbledore carefully opened the door and took the rat out of its cage. He pointed his wand to it and muttered something under his breath. The rat slowly changed, and a man was now laying on the floor looking terrified at them. Dumbledore lazily rose his wand again and whispered, "Stupefy." Wormtail slumped on the floor, stunned. The headmaster turned to Sirius, who was watching all the happenings from a corner. "Why don't you go fetch the Weasleys and Hermione, Sirius? I'll warn the ministry." The man nodded and went upstairs. When he entered the room, no one had moved an inch from their positions, though he must have been gone nearly 2 hours. Hermione looked at him questioningly. Dumbledore is here. He has forced the little rat to appear. He's now warning the Ministry. I guess Fudge will be here in a few minutes. He wants you to go downstairs. The two teenagers nodded their heads and pointed their wand to the twins. Together they muttered, "Enervate." Molly rushed to her twin sons when they woke up. For an instant they looked confused, but then they saw Sirius standing before the door. They suddenly remembered and opened their mouths to scream. Ron's cold voice talked then. "Don't force me to stun you again." The two of them turned around and narrowed their eyes. "You little traitoress." Hermione cut through. "We don't have time for your childish behavior. Come on, move. Dumbledore is waiting downstairs." She firmly pointed her wand at them, and everyone began to walk out with Sirius walking in front and Ron and Hermione walking behind them. Dumbledore was waiting patiently at them in the living room. He got up and smiled gently at the Weasleys. There was a cage in front of him with a rat in it. "Hello, everyone. How are you doing?" None of the Weasleys answered, looking suspicious at him. The headmaster sighed and then looked at Ron and Hermione, who were standing in front of the door. "Hello, you two. How are you doing?" "Fine, sir." Although Ron here is about to lose his temper about certain comments made by his family. Ron blushed a little but refused to look away. Dumbledore smiled sadly and then looked at the Weasleys. "I would like to ask you to refrain yourself of any comment till we have had the chance to explain." He looked at the watch and then added, "Minister Fudge should be here any moment. Sirius, maybe it should be a good idea if you change back." The man looked a little unsure at his mentor, but then nodded, and with a soft pop, he was once again a big, black dog, causing most of the Weasley family to gasp. Dumbledore turned to them. "I would appreciate it if you didn't say anything before I have the chance to talk with the minister." "Talk to me about what?" Fudge had just arrived and was curiously looking around. Percy jumped up, ready to tell the man everything, but he never got the chance. Hermione had whispered "stupefy," and the young man was now slumped on the ground. Molly rushed to his side, and Fudge stood rooted on his spot, looking confused at the girl. Dumbledore turned to the two teenagers and sighed. "I think you have stunned enough people for today. Could you please put your wands away? You won't be needing them anymore." Ron and Hermione looked at each other and reluctantly did as Dumbledore had said. "Albus, what's going on?" "Sit down, Cornelius. I want you to meet someone." Dumbledore looked around and said, "Please, if everyone could take seats." Everyone obeyed. Charlie picked up his younger brother and placed him on a chair. Ron and Hermione were the last ones to sit down, and they were soon joined by Padfoot. Seeing everyone with their attention to him, the headmaster took the stunned rat out of its cage and placed him on the ground. Muttering a spell, everyone saw the rat starting to change. When the change was complete, Arthur shot out of his chair. "That's Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore nodded calmly and looked at the gaping minister. "Yes, he is. Please, Arthur, sit down." "Minister, with your permission, I would like to question this man right now." He took a small vial from his pocket and showed it to the minister. "I've brought some Veritaserum." Fudge took the vial, muttered something, and the vial turned blue, proving it was real Veritaserum. "Very well, Dumbledore. I don't know why you want to question him, but I have a few questions myself." The old man nodded and put some drops of the vial in the man's mouth. Then he revived him. The man sat up and looked with blank eyes at the headmaster. "Hello, Peter. Do you know who I am?" The man nodded. "Yes, sir. I want to ask you something." The man nodded and Dumbledore took a breath. "Tell me, who is the Potter's secret keeper?" A few gasps rang around the room. Only Ron and Hermione seemed unfazed, looking murderously at the man. "Dumbledore, I don't think I was." To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Explanations. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. After Wormtail's statement, the room got deathly silent. Dumbledore continued his questioning. "We thought Sirius Black was the secret keeper." The man shook his head. 2 days before Halloween, we changed. Sirius and James thought it was the best way. Sirius would be the decoy, attracting, whose attention while I could go safely into hiding. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. "How comes then that Voldemort found the Potters?" "I gave the location away. I had been working for you-know-who for nearly a year when it happened." "You're telling us you're a Death Eater?" Peter nodded. He rolled up his sleeve and proudly showed the dark mark on his arm. Fudge was looking at the man with growing disgust. His expression was matched by Arthur, Bill, and Charlie, who had known about the secret keeper. The younger teenagers were looking confused while Molly had buried her head in her hands. So you were the one who betrayed the Potters. But who was the one who blew up the street when Sirius found you? I did it. I knew Sirius was the only one who knew the truth. We had not told even Remus because Sirius thought he was the traitor. Hermione felt Padfoot flinch and petted him reassuringly. When Sirius found me, I had my wand behind my back. I started to shout that Sirius had betrayed Lily and James, so every muggle passing by could hear me. Then I blew up the street, cut my finger, and got away transformed as a rat. Fudge frowned. About that. Since when are you an unregistered animagy? Since my 5th year. We did it so we could be with Remus when he transformed. We. Wormtail nodded. James, Sirius, and me. Fudge's eyes grew huge. Sirius? So that's how he was able to escape Azkaban and has been able to elude us for so much time. What form does he adopt? A big black dog? Fudge turned around quickly and locked eyes with Padfoot, who was resting his head on Ron's knee. Dumbledore looked at the minister and then at Sirius. Please, Sirius, if you would. The dog nodded. He stepped away from the two teenagers, and with a pop, Sirius Black stood before them. Fudge looked at him intently, but made no movement to capture him. Sirius silently sat between Ron and Hermione and tried not to glance to Wormtail. Mr. Black, Minister, could you explain to me how exactly you escaped Azkaban? Sirius nodded and explained how he had done it. Fudge nodded when he had finished. But why did you go to Hogwarts? If you didn't want to kill Harry, why go there? And why attack the Gryffindor Tower? Peter was there. Seeing Fudge looking at him questioningly, he elaborated. The day you came visiting me, you gave me the paper, remember? The minister nodded. Everyone else was listening to the two men. In that paper was an article about the Weasleys winning a prize. And there I saw him. Perched on Ron's shoulder was his pet rat, Scabbers, who I recognized as Wormtail. Arthur had become deathly pale. It also said the boy went to Hogwarts, where I assumed Harry was going too. I may not have been there when the boy needed me, but I was not about to let Wormtail get near to Harry. I see. Fudge turned to Peter. Is what he said true? Yes. Very well. You obviously knew about this, Dumbledore. Could you tell me who else knows? I think it's only Ms. Granger, Mr. Ron Weasley, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape, and of course young Mr. Potter. Harry knows? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, he does. If I'm not mistaken, he has been in contact with Sirius for the past few years. Ron, Hermione, and Sirius nodded. I assume you all did find out in 3rd year. I still remember what you told us, Mr. Black, so it won't be necessary to repeat it. What I'm curious about is how you escaped Hogwarts. As Professor Snape said that night, you can't apparate out of Hogwarts. Sirius smiled a little. Well, to tell the truth, I'm not entirely sure. Never got the chance to ask. I just know that Hermione and Harry appeared at my window, riding an hippogriff named Buckbeak. Hermione unlocked the window and told me to jump up. We landed at another part of the castle. Hermione and Harry jumped down and told me to get away. That's all I know about it. By that time, Hermione was blushing profusely, and Ron was widely grinning at his friend. Fudge looked at the girl, slightly bewildered. Well, Ms. Granger, it seems Professor Snape was right after all. Now could you tell me how you did it? Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey said you had been at the infirmary all the time and that hippogriff had escaped hours before. Hermione looked at the headmaster, who looked encouragingly at her. Where's Harry when you need him? She shook her head and sighed. Okay, here goes. After you and Professor Snape left, we told the headmaster all what happened. Luckily, Sirius had already done so, because I don't think we made much sense. The headmaster told us it was too late, and that no one would believe us. Then he said we needed more time. What nearly no one knew, not even Ron and Harry, is that year I had a time turner to keep up with my lessons. I understood what Dumbledore meant. He told us where we could find Sirius, and Harry deduced we also had to save Buckbeak. She then told in more detail how Harry and her had saved Buckbeak and Sirius. When she finished, Fudge nodded. I understand. I need to go to the ministry to arrange the papers for Mr. Black. Dumbledore looked up but shook his head. Not yet, Cornelius. I have not finished with Peter. The minister looked at him questioningly but nodded in acceptance and sat down again. Now, Peter, please tell me what happened during the Wizard tournament. Fudge paled a great deal, but nonetheless listened intently to the man. When Peter finished explaining how Harry had got away, the minister was slumped in his chair, his head in his hands. Everyone was silent for a while till Fudge spoke. "What now, Dumbledore? First make sure Sirius is freed. Someone needs to watch over Harry. I know physically he's safe at his uncle's house due to all the protections that surround the house. Mentally, I'm not that sure. I would prefer if he stayed with his godfather." Fudge nodded. "After that, remove the Dementors of Azkaban. They are a great danger for us. The Giants have already been warned and have decided not to side with us, but they will not go with Voldemort either. So I guess that's good. What about the press? The population should be informed." Dumbledore looked pensive for a moment. "Don't you have someone in your grasp who would only write what you say, so we could stop rumors from spreading too much? It should also be someone well-known, someone who reaches a lot of people." Fudge sighed. "I don't know if I have someone like that." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, and the girl spoke. "Sir, would Rita's Skeeter be good enough?" Dumbledore's eyebrows shoot up. "Rita? Well, she's certainly well-known, and people believe her often enough, but there's probably no way to control what she says." Ron and Hermione grinned evilly, and Sirius smiled at them. "Okay, you two. What aren't you telling us? You still have her?" "Sure. Wait a second." Hermione dashed out of the room to the kitchen where her things still laid. Moments later, she came back with the jar that held a little beetle. "Headmaster Minister, may I introduce you to Ms. Rita Skeeter, unregistered Animagy? To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Moony and Harry. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free." After Hermione's words, even Dumbledore looked shocked. "Well, that certainly explains a few things. How about we adjourn this meeting to your office, Minister?" The minister nodded, and Hermione gave Dumbledore the jar. The two men took Wormtail, and Fudge turned to Sirius. "I will have your papers arranged by tomorrow, Mr. Black. Could you stay here till then? If Mr. Weasley doesn't have anything against it." "I certainly don't. You can stay as long as you wish." Sirius nodded and smiled slightly. "Thanks you. Headmaster, could you warn Remus? He must be worried sick by now." "I will. Don't worry." Dumbledore and Fudge bid their goodbyes and operated out of the house. The room stayed silent for a while. All the Weasley family was looking at Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, who were still sitting on the couch. Finally, Ron was the first to move. He put all the wands on the table, stood up, and left the room, shortly followed by Hermione and Sirius. The three of them went to Ron's room and locked the door behind them. Ron sank into the bed and put his head into his hands. Hermione sat down next to him and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Sirius looked sad at the two teenagers, not knowing what to say, but also knowing he had to say something. "Ron, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't." The teenager looked up sharply and shook his head. "Don't say it's serious. It's not your fault. You did the right thing in coming here. It's just that I always thought that if something like this happened, they would listen to me." He gave a short, sad laugh. "I guess I was wrong." They stayed in silence for some time. Ron finally looked up, smiled at Hermione, and talked to Sirius. "When are you going to tell Harry?" Sirius smiled a little nervous. "When I have all the papers, it might keep him from killing me." Hermione and Ron looked at him a little surprised. "Why would Harry want to kill you?" Sirius laughed. "Ron, I put myself in danger. If you hadn't been so quick, I might have been given the Dementor's kiss. Harry will go ballistic when he hears about it." A shout sounded from downstairs. "Sirius Lee Black." Sirius gulped and looked at the two teenagers. "I see he's not the only one. I guess I might go out there and face old Moony before he gets more pissed at me." Ron and Hermione both laughed and went out of the room after the man. In the kitchen, surrounded by the rest of the Weasley family, stood a fuming Remus. When the werewolf saw his friend, he caught him by his wrist and dragged him outside so they could talk privately. Ron and Hermione were both leaning on the doorframe of the kitchen, laughing hard. "Man, Professor Lupin looks pissed. He's so going to get it." "No kidding, Ron." A few minutes later, both men came back in. Remus looking a little calmed down, while Sirius looked like he had got a serious reprimand from his friend. "Sorry about that. Had to get it out of my system." Sirius looked darkly at his friend and sat down on the table next to Ron. Harry's summer so far had been a disaster. If Dumbledore thought going to the Dursleys was good for him, then he had been sorely mistaken. His family hadn't changed in the least, but he had. After the happenings of the third task, Harry had found himself in need of comfort. Those horrible days after it, Ron and Hermione had been his pillars, the only thing that kept him going. The moment he had left King's Cross, those pillars had crumbled and had left him to fend for himself. If the Dursleys noticed something was wrong, they didn't do anything about it. Their days were spent doing what they always did, ignore him and go on with their lives as if certain nephew of them wasn't even there. Other summers that had suited Harry fine. He didn't like to be alone, but preferred it from having to deal with his relatives. This summer all was different. Having no one to talk with was slowly driving him over the edge. All the dreams, all the guilt he felt, all stayed inside him. 2 weeks into the summer holidays, Harry had given up on doing anything. His books didn't interest him anymore, and his homework had been all done in the long nights he couldn't sleep. The only reason he hadn't stopped eating so far was that it upset his uncle greatly if he didn't come down. Said he was wasting Petunia's cooking. When Harry had suggested she didn't cook for him, his uncle had been angry. Not because he cared about what happened to Harry, but more because he was afraid about what those freaky friends of him would do if something happened to Harry during holidays. So Harry now spent his days in his room, just laying on his bed, sometimes sleeping, sometimes awake, his memories always there, his only companion. One day, Harry had lost count of how many days had passed. His calendar had stayed empty from the usual marks. His aunt called him downstairs. Harry debated whether to comply or to stay where he was. Finally, he did as he was told, knowing his aunt would soon drag him down if he didn't go on his own. Shakily, he stood up and slowly he walked downstairs. If he had been able to feel anything, he would have been surprised to see Miss Fig, his old babysitter, sitting in one of the couches holding a cat. But at this time, he didn't care anymore. He just wanted to go back to his room. He didn't miss the horrified look the old lady gave him. Briefly, he wondered if he looked that bad. Knowing the answer, or simply not caring about it, he turned to his aunt. "Did you want something, Aunt Petunia?" The woman pointed him a sit and harshly told him to sit down. "Miss Fig wanted to see you, boy. I'm going to get tea." His aunt shot him a look that Harry clearly understood as no funny business and left to the kitchen. Harry turned to the old lady, who had had the time to compose herself. With a slightly strained smile, she said, "Hello, Harry dear. How are you doing?" Harry's dull eyes looked at her uninterested, and knowing it was just a rhetorical question, didn't bother to answer. They stayed in silence for a while. Obviously, the old woman didn't quite know what to say to him. She just petted her cat and waited for the boy to do something. Luckily for both of them, Petunia came back. She immediately began to talk with Miss Fig, driving the tension away. Harry slipped away unnoticed by the two adults. He returned to the sanctuary of his room and laid down again, facing the wall. He didn't see Miss Fig's tabby cat coming after him and stay a few minutes looking at his curled-up form. A soft pop startled him from his musings, and he tensed, knowing he was no longer alone in the room. Slowly, he turned around, and this time, he was slightly surprised to see his head of house kneeling in front of his bed. "Harry." The boy looked at her for some moments and then turned back facing the wall. Professor McGonagall frowned deeply, eyes full of concern. "What has happened to you, my boy?" Her voice was soft, and she didn't think he had heard her. Minerva wondered if she should just take the boy to Hogwarts. It was obvious he was in need of medical attention, and most of all, she thought he needed someone to lean on. But Dumbledore's orders had been clear. She was only there to check on him. With a sigh, she leaned over him and softly kissed his cheek, not drawing any reaction. "Don't worry, my boy. You won't be staying here for much longer." Harry's only reaction was to close his eyes. With another sigh, Minerva transformed back and left the room. She was going to have a long chat with Dumbledore about this. To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Dumbledore and McGonagall. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Her quick footsteps resounded through the halls of the empty school. Quickly, she headed to the headmaster's office, a worried look upon her face. When she arrived before the gargoyle, she said chocolate frogs, and she entered when it jumped aside. A minute later, she knocked on the door and entered the office. The old wizard looked up from some papers he was looking at and smiled when he saw her. His smile quickly turned to a frown when she didn't return it. He dropped the papers and leaned back in his seat. "Hello, Minerva, sit down." She did as she was asked and looked him straight in the eye. He could tell she was fairly angry and wondered what had happened to upset her this way. Before he could ask, she started to talk. "Today, I want to check on Harry." Dumbledore rose an eyebrow and asked, "How's he coping?" Minerva looked him in the eye, and with a stiff voice she said, "He's not." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and sat up straight. "What do you mean?" Minerva sighed. "I'm not an expert in that field, Albus, but I think he has had a nervous breakdown. I went as a cat with Arabella, and when he came down he looked horrible. He's pale, has become thinner, and has dark rings under his eyes. His eyes are dull, and he spoke with such a flat voice it sent shiver up our spines. His aunt went away to make tea, and Arabella asked how he was doing. He simply ignored her. He slipped away as soon as his aunt returned. I followed him up to his room to see what he was doing." "What was he doing?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He just was laying in bed, facing the wall. Even when I transformed, he just looked at me to see who it was. He didn't even seem surprised to see me and didn't react to my voice at all. We need to get him out of there, Albus. He's just wasting away, and no one in that drat house cares a bit." Dumbledore now had a worried look on his face. He looked pensively at the papers till Minerva interrupted him. "What are we going to do, Albus?" "Tomorrow we'll get him out of there." "Why tomorrow?" Albus looked her in the eye, with a slight smile on his face. "Because tomorrow it will be made public that Sirius Black has been found innocent of all charges and will be given custody of Harry Potter." "What?" Minerva shot out of her chair, looking at him like he had finally lost it. "Have you gone insane, Albus?" "Hush, Minerva." Dumbledore laughed a little at her reaction. "I'm sorry I didn't inform you earlier about Sirius's innocence, but you must understand that his life was in danger." Minerva sat down in her seat, looking shocked. "Sirius is innocent?" "Yes. Peter was the secret keeper and also faked his death when Sirius went after him." "I can't believe it. How comes he was never found?" "They were a Nimiji, all three of them. Sirius a dog, James a stag, and Peter a rat. You even might remember Peter as Ron Weasley's pet rat." Minerva sunk her head in her hands. "Stop it, Albus. You're going to quickly for me to keep up with it. You mean we had 3 unregistered Animagi in the school, and we never noticed?" "Exactly. I can't believe it." She then looked sharply at the headmaster. "Are you sure it's safe for Harry to go live with Sirius? It might shock him even further that the man he thought was a murderer is now his legal guardian." Dumbledore laughed again. "Don't worry, Minerva. Harry has known the truth for quite some time now. He and Sirius have been in contact regularly, and I can't imagine someone who would take better care of Harry than Sirius." McGonagall shook her head. "If you're sure." "I am. Don't worry about it. Now I have to finish feeling these papers. Peter was just given the Dementor's kiss, and I need to make sure Sirius gets his things back as soon as possible." The witch nodded and stood up. Leaving the old man to his things, she left the room. The next day, the news of Sirius's innocence was in all papers, either Muggle or Wizarding. The Ministry had put up a story so the Muggles would believe them, and Sirius didn't risk being caught by some policemen. On the other side, the Daily Prophet told the whole story, also officially announcing Voldemort's return and the removal of the Dementors of Azkaban. Most of the Wizarding world was shocked that morning. All that news at once was starting to affect people, and they started to panic. Luckily, knowing that Dumbledore had long ago taken matters into his hands seemed to calm the panic and simply turn it into anxiety. The Aurors started to work seriously once again. Moody, having been put out of his retirement, was once again leading. Raid to capture as many Death Eaters as possible now Voldemort was still weak. In a house in Surrey, the news of Sirius's innocence was met with different reactions. As soon as Dudley had heard it, he had stormed up into his room, screaming at the top of his lungs. Vernon didn't quite know how to react. He just was red-faced and kept shooting murderous looks at Harry. Petunia went on about her work pale-faced and looked fearfully at the door, as if she expected it to be blasted aside. The strangest reaction was Harry's. When he heard Sirius's name mentioned, he looked up and listened. Deep inside him, he felt some happiness at the news his godfather had been freed, but it didn't reach outside. The layers and layers on numbness that surrounded him didn't allow that little spark of happiness to break through his dull eyes. With his now common flat voice, he excused himself from breakfast and went up to his room. He looked a little around, but immediately headed to bed, where he laid once again, doing nothing, just lost in his memories once again. To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Getting Harry. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Breakfast at the Weasleys was by no means a peaceful affair. With so many children around, it was a good thing Mrs. Weasley had a firm hand, else it would have gone out of hand more than once. This morning it was no different. But there was the added excitement about Sirius's innocence. Ron and Hermione were beaming at their friend who was quietly reading the Daily Prophet with a big smile on his face. The nervousness that had been present the past evening around Sirius had faded, and everyone congratulated him. They were just finishing breakfast when Dumbledore and McGonagall apparated in the kitchen. The witch immediately embraced a slightly stunned Sirius, saying how happy she was that he was free and how sorry she was about thinking he was guilty. Sirius finally drew away from the hug and looked at Dumbledore. The old man smiled, but Sirius noticed it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Here are all the papers, Sirius. The Ministry has put 1,000,000 galleons in your account. You also have a house in Hogsmeade." He then took out a stack of papers. "Here, these papers give you custody over Harry." Sirius took the papers carefully, but didn't look them over. He was still looking intently at the headmaster. "What's wrong, Albus?" The old wizard exchanged a look with McGonagall and then sighed. "Yesterday, Minerva went to check on Harry." Fear immediately clenched Sirius's heart. She thinks Harry has had a nervous breakdown. In a few words, Dumbledore explained what Minerva had seen. By the time he had finished, the room was deathly silent, and Sirius had collapsed in one of the chairs. Ron was hugging Hermione and Ginny, who were crying against his shoulders. Suddenly, Sirius stood up and looked Dumbledore in the eye. "I'm going to get him right now." The headmaster nodded and took something out of his pocket. "I knew you would want to go. I think you'll be glad to have this back." Sirius gasped and carefully took the wand in his hand. "It's mine, but why wasn't it snapped?" "The Ministry kept it as proof against you. Fudge gave it to me earlier today when he gave me your release papers." Sirius nodded and pocketed the wand and the papers. "Anything else, Headmaster?" "No, Sirius, you can go now." Sirius nodded and was about to apparate when Remus interrupted him. "I'm going with you, Sirius." "As I am." Both men looked a little startled at their former professor, but nodded at her. "Sirius." "Yes, Hermione?" "Aulus, okay?" "Of course." Then the three apparated away. It was noon when someone knocked on the door. Mrs. Dursley went nervously to open the door. Since the announcement that morning, they had been waiting for the godfather of the boy to come. Vernon had decided to stay home and protect his family if Black decided to come here. Her shaking hand opened the door, and she paled instantly. There he was, just as the last pictures he had seen of him. He looked nothing like the old friend of her sister had done so many years ago. And he wasn't alone. With him were a woman she didn't know and another of the friends of her sister. "Hello, Petunia." His voice was soft but ice cold. She squeaked and stepped aside to let them in, not wanting to know what they would do to her if she stood in their way. Sirius took not further notice of her. Brushing past her and past Vernon, who had just come out from the living room, he rushed up the stairs to Harry's room. Silently, he opened the door and looked inside, his heart clenched at the sight before him. The room was a mess, full of things Sirius was pretty sure didn't belong to Harry. There was just a small space around the bed and table that Harry had obviously cleared up. On the table were some books and parchment, but it looked like no one had touched it for some time. His eyes drifted to the bed, and he saw him, just like Minerva had described it. His godson laid on the bed, curled up, looking at the wall. This time he didn't even turn to look who it was. Cautiously, Sirius approached the bed and sank to his knees in front of it. With a soft, comforting voice, he said, "Harry." The boy didn't react. Tentatively, Sirius reached out a hand and put it on Harry's head, softly stroking his dirty hair. He sat there looking at his godson for about 10 minutes when a voice talked from the door. "Padfoot." Sirius turned enough to look at Remus, who was standing at the door, a worried look on his face at the sight of the boy. "Yes." Remus stepped inside and looked around. "We need to go. Minerva is about to lose her temper and curse the Dursleys on the spot. I'll pack Harry's things." Remus moved to where the trunk was and began to put the books and parchments inside. Sirius, knowing his friend was right, turned once again to Harry and tried to get him to move. "Harry, please get up. We are going." Slowly the boy turned, and Sirius flinched when the dull green eyes locked with his. Carefully, Harry moved, stood up, and, wavering a little, moved to stand next to Sirius, who kept a watchful eye on him. Remus was about to close the trunk when a sudden thought crossed Sirius's mind. "Wait, have you looked under the bed?" At his friend's confused gaze, he explained. "Harry once told me he kept some things under a loose floorboard there." "I see." Lupin bent over and easily found the hiding place. A few moments later, he came out with a stack of letters and some books. The two men looked around some more, making sure they were not forgetting anything while Harry just stood staring in front of him, like nothing was happening around him. Finally, they decided they had everything and locked the trunk. Lupin put a levitating charm on it and took Hedwig's cage. Silently, he went out, and Sirius turned to Harry. Carefully putting an arm around the boy's fragile shoulders, he slowly started to walk to the door. Harry resisted for a moment, but then decided it wasn't worth it and began to walk with his godfather, who kept shooting him concerned looks. Slowly, they descended the stairs, and Sirius was forced to put his arm around Harry's waist to keep him from stumbling. The sight that met them downstairs was hilarious. Minerva was leaning against the door frame, idly twirling her wand in her hands. Lupin was sitting on the trunk, laughing his head off. Sirius looked in the direction they were looking and began to laugh too. Running around was a frantic pig and an ostrich. Without doubt, Minerva had lost her temper and transfigured Harry's relatives. While he laughed, he wondered where Harry's cousin was hiding, but decided it wasn't worth going look for him. Harry, unlike his companions, remained silent, although for a short moment a flash of laughter passed through his eyes. Unluckily, none of the adults had been looking at him, and they didn't see it. Sirius turned to McGonagall and smiled at her. "Well, Professor, there's no doubt you teach transfiguration. What did they do to deserve this?" Minerva scowled at the two animals. "I'm not going to tell you right now, Black, else you would end in Azkaban for real this time." Sirius's features darkened, and he turned his attention to Harry, who hadn't moved from his side. His expression turned to one of concern, and his arm tightened around the boy's waist. Softly, he began to push Harry in the door's direction. "Come on, Keto, let's get you out of here." They left the house, closely followed by Minerva and Remus. When they were out of the anti-apparition wards, they apparat to Hogsmeade. To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Home. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. They apparat to a spot near the three broomsticks. Looking at the papers Dumbledore had given him, Sirius began to walk in a direction. He still held his arm around Harry, making sure the boy followed him. Remus and Minerva walked after him, trying to keep people from noticing them much. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of the town and saw a big cottage surrounded by numerous trees. It was a lovely sight, and Sirius immediately liked the place. They went inside and saw the house was sparsely furnished. Noticing Harry was now leaning heavily against him, Sirius led the boy to what would be the living room. There was only a couch and a few chairs surrounding a table, but it was enough for the moment. Sirius settled Harry on the couch, and the boy curled up almost immediately. Stroking his head, Sirius told his godson to go to sleep, an highly unnecessary command since Harry had already closed his eyes. The man looked at Harry for a while till he was sure he was deeply asleep. He then moved out of the living room, silently closing the door behind him. He met Remus and Minerva in the hall. They had gone upstairs, and Lupin was holding a list of things they needed. They looked up when he joined them. "Hey, Padfoot, where's Harry? I left him sleeping in the living room." They both nodded and lowered their voices. "I've been making a list of things we need." "What's in the living room?" "There's only a couch, some chairs, and a table. I think it would be better to get everything for the living room." Remus nodded and wrote it up. While he was writing, Sirius turned to Minerva. "Are there beds upstairs? I think Harry would be more comfortable up there. There's a bed in one of the rooms. I'll go arrange it." McGonagall left the hall, and the two men moved to the kitchen to see what was needed there. Half an hour later, Minerva returned and found them talking in hushed voices sitting on the stairs. "Sirius, it's ready." Sirius looked up and smiled at her. "Thanks, Minerva." Standing up, he went to the living room and turned shortly after with Harry cradled against his chest, still sleeping peacefully. Careful not to jar the boy, Sirius went up the stairs and entered the room Minerva had told him the bed was. It was a fairly big room with several windows. Sirius walked to the bed, put Harry under the covers, and left the room silently. The three adults worked hard that morning, transfiguring rocks into the furniture they needed. Minerva found herself in her element, going from room to room, putting the right things in place. When she reached the room where Harry was, she hesitated a moment, but then decided to go in quietly as to no wake up the boy. As soon as she was in, she noticed it had been unnecessary. Harry was still laying curled up in bed, but had his eyes open. He moved slightly to look at who had come in, and she smiled slightly at him. Minerva approached the bed and bent over the slight form laying in there. "Hello, Harry. Had a nice nap?" Harry contemplated if he should answer, but finally years of good manners nearly beaten into him by his aunt won out, and he settled by a simple, "Yes, ma'am." The voice was as dull as it had been the day before, but Minerva was relieved he had at least answered. She smiled slightly at him. "That's good. Do you mind if I put some furniture in the room?" The boy simply shrugged his shoulders and looked away. Minerva, sensing the boy's attention was no longer on her side, straightened up and silently began to transfigure the few rocks she had left. When she left the room, after having added a table, a chair, and some dressers, she saw Harry had closed his eyes again, but judging by the tension in his body, he was not sleeping. McGonagall went to look for Sirius and found him just putting the final touches on the living room. "Hey, Sirius." He looked down on her from the chair he was standing on. "Yes, just wanted to tell you all the house is furnished." "Thanks, Minerva. I really appreciate it." "You're welcome." And Harry is awake. Sirius turned away from the picture he had just hung up and jumped to the ground. "Thanks." With a smile, to the which he left the room and headed upstairs. When he entered the room, Harry had moved to one of the newly transfigured chairs and was looking outside. "Hello, Harry. Nice view?" The boy spun around, a look of fear crossing his features before it settled back on his blank look. Slowly, he turned back to the window, but Sirius noticed he was looking at him through the glass, not missing any of his movements. Slowly, as to not frighten him more, he moved to another chair next to the one his godson was sitting in and sank into it, his eyes not moving from Harry's form. They stayed in silence for a while. Harry had relaxed somewhat, but was still watching him carefully. "Relax, Harry. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise." The boy didn't move, eyes still fixed on the window. Sirius sighed and tried to stuck up a conversation. "Are you glad to be here, Harry?" After a pause, the dull voice answered. "Yes, sir." Sirius frowned. "Kiddo, there's no need to be so formal. You can call me Sirius or Padfoot. You always have." A very slight nod from the boy's head was his only answer. Sirius repressed a sigh. He wasn't getting anywhere this way. Finally, after having tried unsuccessfully to get Harry to open up some more, he stood up. "I'm going downstairs, kiddo. We'll eat in a while. I'll come and get you then, okay?" A soft yes was all the answer he got, but at least it wasn't only a nod from the boy's head. Sirius shook his head slightly and left the room, closing the door after him. To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Bath. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Lunch was a silent affair. Harry ate just a little, and he didn't even acknowledge Sirius and Remus when they tried to get him to eat more. Both men were relieved that Minerva had promised to tell Poppy Pomfrey to come see Harry, because they didn't know how to deal with the boy's depression. Harry was once again laying on his bed when the nurse arrived. Sirius brought her upstairs and then left her alone with Harry at her request. Madame Pomfrey was glad Minerva had warned her of the state the boy was in. It was hard to think the lively boy Harry had once been was the same than the silent kid laying in the bed. He had only glanced at her once while she had been looking him over physically. She was relieved to see he was relatively well in that aspect. Apart from the lack of sleep and being too thin, there were no other apparent injuries. After a half hour, she had seen all she needed and headed downstairs. Sirius and Remus were silently seated in the kitchen, drinking some tea and waiting for her to come down. They looked up when they heard her and smiled slightly. She sat down in front of both men and accepted the teacup Remus gave her. After a few silent moments, she looked up from the cup and began to talk. "I'm not going to lie to you. The Harry's condition isn't so great. Physically, he's better off than I expected. I think those muggles forced him to eat, and even if he needs to gain some weight, it could be fairly worse. The other thing he lacks is sleep, or at least a long-lasting sleep. I think he's been doing a lot of dozing of, but that is not enough to fully rest. I'm going to leave some sleeping potions here. I want you to give them to him when he goes to sleep, at least for the first week." Both men nodded, but they seemed anxious, waiting for the more concerning matters of Harry's depression. Madame Pomfrey understood it and looked at them, her expression growing more serious. Minerva was right in her assessment. The boy has had a nervous breakdown, and you will have to pull him out of it. I know from Dumbledore that Harry trusts both of you very much, and even if he hasn't known you for long, he loves you. That will be very important if we want to pull him out of this. He needs stability, someone to look after him constantly. The last thing he needs is staying upstairs, sinking further in depression as he has been doing, because then it may very easily become too much for him, and he could do something harsh. By the paling of the men's faces, she knew they had understood her. She had to have to tell them this, but by the looks of it, they needed to be warned that the possibility of suicide was very real at that moment. Sirius was the one who broke the silence. "What do we need to do?" The nurse sighed. This was going to be hard for all three of them, but she was fairly certain they could do it if both men took her words seriously. "I know both of you don't have any parental experience, but that's what Harry needs right now. Not the love of a parent, which I'm sure you will give him plenty, but also the guidance. You need to entertain him, make him do things constantly, not very stressful things. Just keep him out of his room as long as you can and don't let him be alone too much. Also make him eat and sleep at regular hours. Make him study something, do his homework. I think you know what I mean." Both men nodded. "The hard part will be making sure he does, meaning you'll have to be on him all the time." Sirius sighed but nodded. He knew Harry wouldn't like this one bit, but if Madame Pomfrey was sure it was the best, they would have to do it. The nurse emptied her cup and stood up. "I'll be by in a few days. You know where to find me if you need me." Remus walked her to the door, leaving Sirius alone with his thoughts. Half an hour later, Remus and Sirius had decided to go buy some food and some other supplies for the next few days. Sirius went up the stairs and went into Harry's room. The boy was awake, but hadn't moved since Madame Pomfrey left. "Harry, go have a shower and put on some clean clothes. We're going to buy some things." Sirius left the room, leaving Harry alone. After having changed clothes and put on his shoes, he returned to his godson's room and was not very surprised to see Harry hadn't moved. Without a word, he headed to the boy's trunk and picked out some clean clothes. He brought them to the bathroom and began to run a bath. When it was ready, he went to Harry's room and this time went to the bed. "Harry, come on, kiddo, you need to have a bath, and then we'll leave." Still, Harry didn't move. Suppressing a sigh, Sirius picked Harry out of the bed, not minding the way the boy had started to squirm, and put him on his feet. Harry made a movement to return to the bed, but Sirius saw it and put a strong arm around the boy's slim waist, preventing him from going that way. Slowly but surely, he began to lead Harry out of the room and to the bathroom. Harry was still struggling a little when they arrived. Sirius locked the door after him, making sure Harry couldn't get out, and let go of the boy's waist. He looked down at his godson and saw his eyes were fixed on the floor. "Harry, please, get into the bath." His voice was still gentle, but it contained a firm resolution, and some part of Harry's mind knew he wasn't going to get away from this. Still, he didn't move. A little spark of interest had been lit. He wanted to know what Sirius would do next, wondering if the man would let him alone if he ignored him long enough. Unluckily for him, Sirius was a very stubborn man. That and the words of Madame Pomfrey were enough to make him stay firm with his decision. When 5 minutes later Harry still hadn't moved, Sirius approached him again. With firm hands and a set face, he began to undress his godson. Harry was slightly shocked. He hadn't thought Sirius would go so far. Harry began to move out of the way of his godfather's hands, and Sirius was forced to grip one of his shoulders tightly while he struggled to get his pants down. "Harry, stop it. You're going to take this bath, no matter how long it takes. If you don't want to undress on your own, and I can't do it, I'll just put you in dressed." Those words were enough to let Harry shocked for a few moments. Sirius used his chance and finally put his pants and boxers down. Then in a swift motion, he lifted Harry from the floor and pushed the pants and boxers from his legs. Seeing what was happening, Harry began to struggle again, but it was hopeless. Sirius was much stronger. The man was beginning to get flustered. Trying to get his godson to cooperate with him while not hurting him was beginning to work on his nerves. What had been a simple way to get Harry cleaned up had become a battle of wills, one Sirius was not about to lose. He moved the struggling body of his godson to the bath and, as gently as he could, he lowered him in it. The water was now cold, and Harry started to shiver in it. Finally giving up, he just laid against Sirius's arms while the other man began to clean him up. To be continued. Author's notes. Thanks for all reviews. Why won't you leave me alone? Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Remus was sitting in the living room wondering what was taking so long. It shouldn't be very difficult to take a bath and put on some clothes, yet it had been nearly an hour, and the door to the bathroom had stayed firmly closed. 10 minutes later, when he began to wonder if he shouldn't go check on his friend, he heard the door open and a pair of footsteps descend the stairs. He stood up and went to the hall. Standing there were Harry, with wet, dripping hair, the usual blank look on his face, and Sirius. His left arm wrapped tightly around the boy, a slightly frustrated look on his face. Remus rose an eyebrow, wondering what had happened, but a shake of Sirius's head made him refrain from asking. "Well, we should get going." Sirius nodded and they went outside, Harry dragging his feet all the way to Hogsmeade. When they came in, Sirius released his grip from the boy's waist and instead took his hand firmly, and with a soft, stern voice told, "Stop dragging your feet, Harry, walk properly, and don't leave my side." Sirius was nearly sure he heard the boy at his side sigh, but when he looked, Harry just gave him a little nod and started to walk normal. Remus led them through the shops, buying the things they needed and sometimes asking Harry if he wanted something special. He never got answers. People kept looking at them strangely, whether it was because of Sirius or because of Harry. Remus didn't know. He suspected it was both. Sirius could clearly feel Harry become tense under the stares of the people they were walking past. The boy was now nearly pressed at his side, making it difficult to walk. Once, Harry jerked his hand out of Sirius's grip, but was unlucky enough to run into Remus, who had caught him tightly almost immediately. After 2 hours, they went to the Three Broomsticks, and Sirius ordered 3 butterbeers, still gripping Harry's hand, afraid that the boy might run out again if he let go. When they arrived home, Harry made to go to his room again, but Sirius didn't let go of his hand and dragged him to the kitchen where Remus had begun to make dinner. "Come on, Harry, let's help Remus." The boy shook his head but found a couple of plates already pressed in his hands. "Put them on the table." Sirius's voice was still gentle. It had been that way all evening, but it was starting to drive Harry insane. Couldn't his godfather leave him alone? With great self-restraint, he put the plates on the table, while he would have loved to drop them all. If Sirius noticed the bad mood Harry was in, he didn't show it and just pushed some forks and knives into his hands. This time, the silence around dinner was not only uncomfortable, but also tense. Remus had put food on his plate and had told him he was expected to eat all of it, a thing Harry thought impossible. Harry had just eaten the half of it when he made to get up, but a look from Sirius kept him in his place. "Finish eating, Harry." The boy lowered his gaze, but made no movement to take the fork again. After a few minutes, he felt Sirius move and saw he had moved his chair, so he was now sitting next to him. His godfather took his fork and pinched some meat. Then, to Harry's bewilderment, Sirius moved the fork to his mouth and simply said, "Open up." Harry couldn't help it. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Now he was completely sure Sirius had lost it. There was no way he would allow his godfather to feed him. The bath had been more than embarrassing enough. Sirius saw the look on his godson's face and had to suppress a chuckle. He wished he had a camera to remember this moment. He could see Mooney was trying hard to hit his laugh and was relieved Harry was stunned enough not to notice. The last thing they needed was Harry seeing them laugh, because then he wouldn't take them seriously. He turned his attention to the boy still staring at him and rose an eyebrow. "Well, it's getting cold, and I doubt it's much better that way." He offered Harry the fork. "You can always eat on your own." Harry considered his options, but there was really not much to think about. With a sigh, he took the fork and began to eat again. Sirius stayed at his side in case more persuasion was needed. Half an hour later they had finished, and Harry still wondered how he had been able to eat that much. For the first time in weeks, he felt full, and he couldn't decide if it was a good or a bad thing. Remus and Sirius were washing up, and he longed to be in his room. He felt unusually tired, but he was reluctant to move, not knowing if he was allowed to leave yet. He was dozing in the chair when a gentle hand brushed his bangs away. His first reaction would have been to draw away from the touch, but he was tired, and the touch was comforting, so he stayed where he was, eyes closed, till Sirius's voice called him. "Harry, let's get you upstairs." Those were the words Harry had been waiting to hear all evening, and without meaning to, he jumped up, all tiredness gone from his limbs, as he raced up the stairs, not noticing Sirius's frown. Harry put a hand on the door handle and tried to open the door, but to his frustration it was closed. Without being able to help himself, he sank to the ground and did something he hadn't done for a long while. He began to cry. Hearing his sobs, Sirius rushed up the stairs and sank to his knees next to his godson. Harry, what's wrong, kiddo?" He drew Harry into his arms and began to rock him a little. Suddenly, Harry's broken voice reached his ears. "Why can't you leave me alone?" To be continued, /n. Thanks for all reviews. Reasons. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Instead of answering, Sirius put his arms under Harry's legs and back and lifted him up gently. Muttering something softly at the door, it swung open and Sirius carried his godson inside the room. The man made his way to one of the chairs and sat down, positioning Harry comfortably on his lap, with the boy's head resting against his chest. Harry's sobs were now soft and tears still fell through his cheeks. He was much too tired to fight against Sirius and let the older man held him like he was a small child. Sirius' soft and comforting voice sounded from somewhere near his head. "Kiddo, listen to me, please." Harry nodded slightly, burying himself deeper in the comforting arms. He had longed for this for so long, he could hardly remember how long it had been. "I know right now you want me to leave you alone, and I know I'm annoying you very much by dragging you around. But I have to do it. I can't let you waste away in this room. I love you as much as a father loves his son, and I can't allow you to sink into depression if I can help it." Sirius softly kissed Harry's head that had not moved from its place. He could feel Harry had stopped crying and was now just laying limply in his arms, listening intently at his words. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there before. So sorry I couldn't help you when you needed me the most, but I can't let you go now. Not now that I can finally offer you a home, a real home." After that, they stayed in silence for a while, Sirius rocking the slight form of his godson slightly, while Harry pondered the words his godfather had spoken. Here was what he always had wished to have. Even if they weren't related by blood, he could tell Sirius was his father in every way that mattered. A warm feeling began to spread through his heart, slowly driving the cold that had been covering it for the last month away. He didn't know what happened from now on. He didn't know if he could get out of the pit he had sunk in, but he knew he was ready to try. Tiredly, Harry closed his eyes, relaxing even more in Sirius's arms, and the man smiled gently at him. "Come on, Harry. Let's get you to bed. Madame Pomfrey has brought some sleeping potion and wants you to drink it so you get a good rest." The boy looked up drowsily and nodded, too tired to even try argue about the potion. Besides, it would be nice to finally have a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. Sirius put Harry on his feet and looked them over. Seeing the boy was probably too tired to do much on his own, he reached and began to undress him. This time, Harry didn't fight him. He just let the older man take his clothes out and put some PJs on his tired body. Once he was dressed, Sirius led him to the bed, lifted him up, and gently laid him down. Remus knocked softly on the door and came in carrying a goblet. The werewolf smiled softly at Harry and handed him the cup. "Drink it, Harry. It will let you sleep." The boy didn't even bother to nod. He just drew his head back and in a few gulps drained the cup. Sirius had barely time to put an arm around his back before he fell down asleep. Both men chuckled softly, and Remus took the goblet from Harry's slack hands while Sirius tucked his godson in. Harry woke up to someone shaking him lightly. He didn't want to wake up. It had been ages since he had been able to sleep for so long, and now someone was forcing him to awake. The boy tried to ignore whoever it was, but to no avail. Finally, with a moan, he opened his eyes and was met with the slightly smiling face of Remus. The werewolf smiled wider when he saw the boy had finally opened his eyes. "Good morning, sunshine." Harry closed his eyes again. He felt more tired than he had in all those weeks. Maybe it was because he now felt a safety he had never felt before in the Dursleys. Or maybe it was because he had found someone who really cared about him. He didn't know, and right now he felt too peaceful to care. A soft hand stroked his cheek, making him open his eyes again. "Come on, Harry. Wake up. Breakfast is ready." Harry sank deeper into his pillows and mumbled, "Not hungry." Remus sighed a little and finally became a little more forceful. Taking the blankets, he drew them away, picked Harry up, and put him on his feet. The boy looked at him startled before sighing. "Come on, let's go. Sirius is waiting for us downstairs." Remus took the boy's hand and led him downstairs where Sirius was reading the Daily Prophet, sitting at the kitchen table. He looked up when he heard them come downstairs and stood up. While Remus took care of the breakfast, he embraced Harry, kissing him softly on his forehead. "Good morning, kiddo. How did you sleep?" Harry looked down and mumbled, "Phoenix." He couldn't help feel a little embarrassed at both men's affection towards him. The Dursleys had never behaved that way, and he didn't know how to react to it. Sirius, sensing his discomfort, led him to the table and made him sit down next to him. Harry thought it was probably to make sure he would eat all Remus gave him. Breakfast was once again in silence. Although this time Harry ate everything knowing Sirius wouldn't let him get away with letting something on his plate. After that, Remus gently forced him to wash the dishes with him, and then he was sent upstairs to get cleaned up and dressed. He was really starting to feel like a little child, but somewhere in him it felt right. It was what he had always longed. It was a pity he was now too old to fully enjoy it without embarrassment. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Dumbledore's idea. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Harry was sitting on a chair in his room, staring blankly outside, letting his thoughts whirl around his mind without paying them any heed. Someone opened the door, and Harry knew it was Sirius or Remus that had come up to get him out of his room. Sighing, Harry stood up, knowing very well that if he didn't go on his free will, whoever had come to get him would drag him downstairs. Turning around, he saw it was Remus, standing at the door, looking at him worried. When he saw the teenager was looking at him, he replaced his worried look by a fond smile and walked further inside the room. Good, you have changed. Since Sirius has to go to the ministry this morning to arrange some papers, I thought we could start on your homework. I know school is still a month away, but if you do it now, you won't have to do it later. Harry moved his eyes to his trunk and then back to Lupin. With his soft, dull voice, he told him, I've already done all my homework. Remus looked surprised at him, but quickly hid it and nodded. Then, how about we study some? I'm sure that with all that happened last year, you missed a few assignments, and with the OWLs approaching, it might be a good idea to get a head start. The boy shrugged slightly and moved to the trunk to get his books. At least it was better than going outside and facing all those gaping people. Remus spent a few hours studying different charms and potions with Harry, and at the time Sirius came back, he was ready to strangle the boy out of frustration. Harry's answers when Lupin asked something were minimal and as short as he could manage. He didn't really show any interest in what they were doing, and more than once Remus had been tempted to let the boy go back to his room. Sirius immediately saw his best friend wasn't doing very good. He knew that when the full moon approached, Remus's patience lessened. He shook his head. He shouldn't have left. Putting a calming hand on his friend's shoulder, he gently told him, Hey Moony, why don't you go get some sleep? You look tired and tomorrow is the full moon. You want to be rested for it. The man nodded gratefully and left his seat next to Harry without a word. After Remus had closed the door, Sirius turned to Harry and saw the boy had curled up on his chair, a single tear sliding down his cheek. I'm sorry. Sirius quickly went to his side and put an arm around him. Hush, kiddo, it's all right. It's not your fault. Remus just gets short-tempered when the full moon approaches. Harry nodded slightly, but he couldn't repress his guilt. He was causing both men so much trouble. It would have been better for everyone if they had just let him stay at the Dursleys. At least he couldn't hurt them because they simply didn't care. Sensing his mood, Sirius got up and pulled Harry up with him. Come on, Harry, let's go for a walk. The boy started to struggle forcefully, and Sirius had to grip him, slightly surprised at the boy's reaction. Harry, what's wrong? I don't want to go back there. All people were staring at me. Sirius understood and gripped Harry tighter. Calm down, sweetheart. We are not going to Hogsmeade, just a little walk through the woods. Is that okay? Harry stopped struggling and thought about it for a while, finally nodding. That's okay, I guess. Sirius let him go, and they both walked out of the house in silence. Knowing there was no use in trying to stick up a conversation, Sirius just walked next to Harry with his arm comfortably resting around the boy's shoulders. While walking next to Sirius, Harry could feel peace embrace him. He was very relieved there was no one around. He just didn't want to have to dodge the gazes of all those people like yesterday. An hour later they returned and found Remus already making lunch. Harry walked to him, his head bowed, and mumbled an apology to the older man. Lupin smiled softly at him and put his arms around him in a gentle embrace. Hush, sunshine, it's all right. I'm sorry too. Harry nodded, somewhat relieved, and helped Sirius to put the table. That evening, Sirius and Harry had just started a game of chess when someone knocked on the door. Remus went to open and returned shortly after with Dumbledore. The old wizard smiled gently down at the teenager that had stood up as soon as he had seen him. Hello, Harry. How are you feeling? Unconsciously, Harry moved a little to Sirius, who was standing next to him. Fine, sir. Dumbledore nodded and then turned to Sirius. A word, please, Sirius. The man nodded and followed Dumbledore out of the room, leaving Remus and Harry alone. When the door to the study closed, the headmaster turned to Sirius. "How is he doing?" Sirius sank into a chair and put his head into his hands. "I don't know, sometimes I get the feeling we are making some progress, and the next moment he's like before. It's very difficult to get him to do things on his own. Yesterday, I nearly had to throw him into the bath fully dressed. He refused to undress himself and fought me all the way while I was trying to do it. I don't know how much we can do if he's not willing to cooperate." Sirius looked thoughtfully for a moment and then continued hesitantly. "Today went a little better. Sometimes he seemed to be willing to try, but there's something holding him back. You know, Madame Pomfrey told us to treat him a little like a child, but it's not going to work if he keeps fighting it. I think it embarrasses him, but yet he wants it. I don't know what to do." Dumbledore nodded and looked pensive for a while. "Poppy told me about it, and I have a solution, but I don't know if Harry will allow it, and it will be hard on you, and Remus too." Sirius looked up questioningly, and Dumbledore continued. "We were thinking on using a Deepening potion. To reverse him at the age of 5 or 6 would allow you to treat him like a child without him being embarrassed." Sirius looked shocked for a moment, but then shook his head. "Harry would never allow it." Dumbledore smiled softly at him. "I wouldn't be so sure about it, Sirius. You would be giving him the chance to be a kid again, this time with a loving family. I'm pretty sure he would want to try it. Let me think about it. You may realize, not Remus nor I have any experience in being parents. It's difficult enough to take care of Harry when he's 14. I don't want to imagine what it could be like when he's 5. Dumbledore laughed softly. "Yes, it certainly would make a change. Think about it serious and talk it over with Remus. Tell me when you have decided." Then Dumbledore turned around and went to the living room with Sirius trailing behind him. To be continued, /N. Thanks for all reviews. Thinking. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. After the talk with Sirius, Dumbledore took Remus to another room and they started to discuss different plans against Death Eaters and Voldemort. Sirius would have gone with them, but none of the three men felt it was safe to leave Harry alone in his present state of mind. So Sirius had settled in a chair next to his godson and reassumed the game. After he had beaten Harry, the boy wasn't really paying attention. He sat back and looked him over carefully. He looked tired. Even if he had had a full night rest, he looked more worn out than yesterday. His face was blank, his dull eyes were fixed on a window, but Sirius was sure he was not seeing anything. Finally coming to a decision, Sirius sat up straighter. "Harry." He waited patiently till the teenager turned his face to him. "I was talking to Dumbledore, and he suggested something to help you get out of this depression." His only answer was a light raise of the boy's eyebrow. "Madame Pomfrey could give you a Deepening potion. You would turn back to a 5-year-old for some time." Now Harry was frowning, but Sirius could see a glimmer of longing in his eyes. It seemed Dumbledore had been right after all. "How would that help?" His voice was soft. "If I turn back into a kid and just forget about all this when I turn back, nothing will have changed." Sirius's voice was gentle when he answered. "That's not how it works, Harry. You will still remember everything. It's just your body will change, and so will your emotions. You have built walls all around you, preventing even Remus and me to freely help you. You are trying to keep everyone away." "I don't mean to. It's just no one has ever." Harry looked down sadly, and Sirius took his hand. "No one has ever tried to help you, and you don't know how to accept it. Is that it?" Harry nodded. "That's how this potion can be of help, Harry. You have learned to never expect help from anyone, making it very difficult to anyone really approach you. This potion will break through it." Sirius could see Harry was debating what to do within himself. His instincts were telling him to do it. They were giving him the chance he had always wished to have. Yet he was struggling against that instinct. To take the potion would leave him completely vulnerable, not only to any Death Eater, but also to Sirius and Remus. They would be able to see him like the scared kid he was, without the brave front he almost always put up. Sensing something of what Harry was thinking, Sirius squeezed his hand gently, making him look up. "I know this must be very hard to you, Harry. You don't like for people to see how you really are, what you really feel. But Remus and I love you no matter what, Harry. I even would prefer if you don't act around us. I want to know how you feel and what you think at every moment. But it's your decision, Remus, and I will help you no matter what. I just think this way it might be easier. I'll think about it." Sirius nodded and let go of his hand. Standing up, he hauled Harry to his feet and led him to the kitchen. "Let's start on dinner, kid. God knows how long Albus and Remus will be in there." Sirius could tell by the look in Harry's eyes that he was deep in thought, and he just let the boy sit in one of the kitchen seats while he started on dinner. Every so often he could see the boy shaking his head, seemingly having an internal debate with himself. Nearly an hour later, dinner was ready, and Dumbledore and Remus joined them in the kitchen. By the glance Remus shot at Harry, and then at him, Sirius guessed Dumbledore had told him about the potion. They sat down, Sirius once again next to Harry. While the three men talked, Harry played some with his food. He really wasn't that hungry. He wondered if his eating habits would improve if he turned into a kid. At least Sirius wouldn't be on his case for that. "Harry, please eat." Sighing, Harry started to work through the food under his godfather's watchful eye. He looked up and saw Dumbledore looking at him. Even if the old man's face was expressionless, he could see a light twinkle of amusement in his eyes that made Harry somewhat irritated. Putting his irritation aside, he finally finished his food and moved to do the dishes with Remus's help. Not much later, Dumbledore said his goodbyes and left, reminding Sirius to owl him with his decision about the potion. When Sirius turned to the living room, he saw Harry curled up in one of the couches looking blankly in front of him. He watched him carefully and saw his eyes were beginning to drop. Even if it wasn't that late, Sirius could see his godson was really exhausted, so he moved to the couch and knelt in front of him, startling the kid a little. "Come on, Harry. Let's get you cleaned up and put in bed. You look ready to fall asleep right here." The boy nodded and sleepily stood up. This time Sirius didn't need to do anything. He just sat back on the toilet, waiting patiently till Harry finished. He knew Harry was embarrassed, but he couldn't bring himself to trust Harry right now. He knew the boy was unstable, and Madame Pomfrey had made it perfectly clear to not leave him alone. Not 10 minutes later, Remus brought up the potion, and Harry sank into a fitful sleep. The two men went downstairs, and Sirius sank into one of the armchairs. He looked intently at his friend when the other man took a place in front of him. He looked very tired, which was no wonder considering the next night was a full moon. He knew Remus should be sleeping, but they had an important matter to discuss. "Did Dumbledore tell you about the potion?" "Yes, he did, Patfood." "Have you told Harry?" Sirius nodded. "Yes, I did. He didn't look very sure about it, but I think he will finally want to do it. I thought he might." After a moment's silence, he spoke again. "You realize this is going to change everything, right? Now we are his guardians. As much as I don't like it, he doesn't depend much on us. But after he takes that potion, we will become his parents. That will entail a lot of new responsibility. I can't say I know what we are getting into, Mooney. I have never taken care of a child, but I know I'm willingly to try my best if it is for Harry's well-being. Besides, Dumbledore wouldn't have suggested this if he wasn't sure we could do it. You know that man knows us better than we know ourselves." Remus chuckled. "Yes, he does. He's really amazing." The werewolf yawned and stretched. "Let's go to bed, Sirius. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." Sirius nodded, and they both went upstairs. Both men peeked inside Harry's room, only to see him sleeping fitfully. With a small sigh, Remus closed the door, and after saying good night, they parted ways and went to their rooms. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. The potion. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. The next day, Harry woke up early. Sirius and Remus were probably still asleep, for neither had come to wake him up yet. Putting on his glasses, Harry stood up and went to one of the windows. The first thing he noticed is that it was raining. It didn't bother him much. It did suit his mood well, and it meant his guardians would not be dragging him outside. Harry sat down and contemplated what would happen from now on. He knew very well he couldn't go on like this. He had been startled to discover his thoughts were slipping more and more often to means to kill himself, and every time it was more difficult to remember why he shouldn't. He had honestly tried to keep those thoughts away, but also knew he was losing the battle. This time he needed help, and he was lucky he was not with the Dursleys, because now he had people willing to help him. Having reached that point in his thoughts, he began to think about the potion. Now that he was awake and much less tired, he discovered the longing to do it had only increased. He wished to go back in age, even if it was only for a while. To be able to accept the love and comforting his godfather gave him, without reserve, sounded wonderful. There still was the matter of feeling vulnerable, but he decided that he trusted Remus and Sirius enough to keep him safe and protected. Besides, if something happened, they were not that far away from Hogwarts. Harry continued to think about the matter for a while, looking how the rain-drenched lawn in front of the house, all the while knowing his decision had been made. Harry was startled out of his thoughts when someone came in, Good, you're up. The boy turned around and saw his godfather standing in front of the door. The older man was looking him over carefully. How are you feeling? Harry just nodded and then turned to look out of the window. In a soft voice, he said, I want to take that potion. He could hear Sirius approaching him, and he saw the man kneel in front of him, looking him in the eyes. Are you sure? Harry nodded. He had made his decision and wanted it to get over with. Sirius looked at him for some time and then nodded, a small smile on his lips. Very well, get dressed and come downstairs. I'll Dumbledore. By the time he came down, Remus had already made breakfast, and a small vial was out next to his plate holding a purple potion. They sat down in silence, and Harry looked at the vial with some apprehension. After a few moments, a warm hand enveloped his shoulders, and he looked up at Sirius's concerned eyes. You can still say you don't want to do it, Harry. But the boy shook his head. No, I want to do it. Both men nodded, and Remus leaned over the table to look Harry into his eyes. Don't worry, it will only last about a month. Harry nodded and resolutely took the small vial. Madame Pomfrey said it will put you to sleep, so don't sorry if it feels strange. Harry nodded again and opened the vial. He was about to drink it when he thought about something else. Looking up at his guardians, he asked, You don't mind this, do you? I know it will be difficult to you and all, but Sirius's arm tightened and his godfather smiled. Of course we don't mind, Harry. Now stop worrying and go ahead. The boy nodded and drank the potion down in one gulp. Immediately, he began to feel drowsy. His thoughts began to become unhinged, and he could feel his body tingle. Not resisting the effects of the potion, Harry felt his eyes close and drifted off into darkness. Sirius and Remus watched in wonder how Harry's body began to change. His form started to grow smaller, and Sirius was forced to remove his arm and support the boy around the waist, afraid he would else fall down. It was over in a few minutes. Sirius looked in wonder at the small child he was now supporting. He looked the same he had before, but much smaller. Sirius personally thought he was much too small for a 5-year-old. His hair was all over the place, falling over his closed eyes, his childish face at peace. It was actually a quite hilarious sight, because Harry's clothes were now falling around him, much too large. Carefully, Sirius picked Harry up from the chair, putting his big sweater around him and pulling of the rest of his clothes. He was surprised at how light the child was and placed him comfortably in his lap. He looks cute. Sirius looked up at his friend, who was looking at them with a small smile on his lips. Yes, he does. The man stood up and walked to the living room, breakfast forgotten. Carefully, he placed the sleeping child on the couch and covered him up with a light blanket Remus had handed him. Both men sat back and looked at Harry. Sirius was the first to break the silence. Well, what now? Remus looked thoughtfully for a while and then stood up. You stay here with him. Better not to let him wake up alone. I'm going to get some things in Hogsmeade. He will need clothes, and I might as well buy some toys. We don't really know how much he will keep acting like a teenager. Sirius looked his friend over carefully and then snorted. No offense, Mooney, but you don't look like you can go shopping right now. You look ready to faint. Remember, tonight is the full moon, and you are usually not up to much on the same day. Remus looked at him somewhat annoyed. Padfoot, someone has to go. And I'm sure Harry would be much more comfortable if he woke up with you at his side, rather than anyone else. But Sirius wasn't about to give up. He was concerned for his best friend's well-being. Mooney, it's raining. We don't need you to catch a cold right now. Stop it, Sirius. I'm going. Without another word, Remus left the room, leaving a scowling Sirius behind. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Crying. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. When Harry woke up, he knew something had changed. He couldn't pinpoint why he felt strange. He was much too comfortable and sleepy to think about it. He tried to get back to sleep, but the feeling wouldn't go away. So finally, he decided he should wake up, even if it was for a little while. The instant he opened his eyes and his mind began to work properly, the images and memories that had been assaulting him for a long time were there again. Suddenly, the warmth and comfort he had been feeling were replaced by fear, cold, and guilt. He felt lost, alone, and then he did the only thing he could think. He started to cry. Some part of his mind, the one that still belonged to his 14-year-old, was struggling desperately to regain control of his emotions, but to no avail. He discovered he was no longer in control. He continued to cry as he had never done before. When he had been at the Dursleys, he had never been allowed to cry. only doing so sometimes in his cupboard, but that had always been a quiet affair. Never had he cried like this. He continued wailing at the top of his lungs, trying to drive out all the hurt and frustration, all his anger and fear he had kept inside for so long. Sirius was just walking out of his room, where he had gone to get one of his books, when a strange sound reached him. At first he was startled at the sound, not being able to recognize it, but then realization hit him full force. It was the sound of a crying child. It was the sound of Harry crying. Without a second thought, he stormed down the stairs and entered the living room, where he had left Harry. His godson was sitting up on the couch. The blanket that had been covering him had slid to the ground. Harry's childish face was already red from crying, and a stream of tears was flowing down his cheeks from his closed eyes. Carefully, Sirius walked to the couch and gently, trying not to startle the kid, picked him up. Harry closed his mouth abruptly, trying to stifle the sobs that still racked his body. Sirius looked down on him, and his eyes met with Harry's big ones. He could see they were filled with fear for him. The man was confused. He couldn't understand why Harry was afraid of him. He hadn't done nothing to upset the child as far as he knew. He had only picked him up. Realization dawned on his mind. He didn't know for sure, but he could bet the Dursleys had never allowed Harry to be loud, probably including crying. Pushing down his annoyance towards those muggles, Sirius sat down in an armchair and gently pulled Harry towards his chest, letting the child's head rest on his shoulder. Softly, Sirius whispered into Harry's ear, "Come on, little one, cry as much as you want. You don't need to be afraid. Never again will anyone shout at you for crying." Harry didn't need to be told twice. Burying his head in Sirius's neck, he began to cry again, his whole body shaking in his godfather's arms. Sirius held him closer, making comforting sounds and rubbing his back gently. Nearly an hour later, Sirius's shirt was soaked, but Harry didn't seem to want to stop. His voice was now hoarse, and he was now lying limply against his godfather, his strength long gone. Yet the tears kept coming steadily. Sirius was becoming worried. He knew he had to get Harry to calm down, but nothing seemed to be working. No matter what he said, he was not able to get his godson to quiet down. He also had to be careful with what he said. He didn't want Harry to think again that he was not allowed to cry. The sound of the front door opening drew his attention away from the child. With Harry securely nestled in his arms, he stood up and went out to the hall, where Remus was just putting his drenched coat away. The werewolf looked up a little startled. He looked them over and quickly made his way towards them. Softly he asked, "What's wrong?" Sirius shrugged softly. "I'm not sure, but I can guess." Remus nodded in understanding. The memories had probably caught up with the child. "How long has he been at it?" Sirius shifted Harry, so he was supporting him with only one arm, and looked at his watch. "It's been nearly an hour since he started crying." Remus's eyes widened, and he became even more concerned. Swiftly he turned around and walked to the front door where he had dropped the things he had bought. Sirius watched him while he rummaged through the things and finally saw him stand up, a cute Gryffindor lion clutched in one hand. For a while, Sirius looked disbelieving from the toy Remus had handed him to his friend. Lupin shrugged, mildly amused at Sirius's confusion. "Try calming him down with it, Padfoot. Maybe it will work." With a last glance to his smiling friend, Sirius turned around and walked back to the living room, Harry still clutched in his arms. Sitting down, he put the toy down at his side, and then carefully started to untangle Harry's arms from his neck, making the kid cry louder in protest. Finally, he was able to sit Harry in his lap, supporting him with one arm while he took the lion with the other. Softly, he nudged his godson. "Hey, kiddo, look what I have here." Sirius was feeling a little embarrassed. He needed to remember his godson was not longer 14. Gently, he kept coaxing the child till he finally opened his eyes and looked at the toy. For a few moments, Sirius thought it wasn't going to work, but then Harry began to stop crying. Harry's first urge when he saw the toy was to demand from Sirius why on earth he was giving it to him. While that thought played through his mind, he didn't stop crying, but then it was overruled, and the realization that the lion was cute began to fill his mind, making him stop his wailing. He looked tentatively up at Sirius. He knew very well he was not allowed to touch any toys, but he was no longer with the Dursleys, and his godfather looked like he wanted him to pick up the toy. Understanding his godson's train of thought, Sirius smiled gently and reassuringly down at him and drew the lion closer. Here, Harry. Don't you want to take it? It's yours. Harry looked once again at the toy and tentatively stretched one of his small arms to it, softly stroking his fur. When the shouts he had been expecting didn't come, he took the toy into his arms, clutching it tightly against his chest. Sirius watched pleased how Harry hugged the toy. He would have never guessed that a simple toy would have been able to calm his godson down. Yet he noticed Harry was now clutching the toy with one arm, while the other still held his robe tightly, as if the kid was afraid he would disappear. With a small smile, Sirius relaxed into the chair, hugging Harry close to him. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Nightmare. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius felt Harry's breath become regular and was glad the child had fallen asleep. It warmed his heart to see the small form of his godson curled up in his arms with the golden lion clutched between them. All his parental instincts were awakening at an alarming rate. Before he had wanted to protect Harry, but it wasn't the same. The teenager could take care of himself. He only needed someone to guide him along the way, and even if Sirius had been happy to provide that, his heart had always longed for more. Now he had a small child to take care of a small and hurt kid that needed him. Remus came in and smiled. He knew some of what Sirius was feeling, and knew that even if they had done it for Harry, this also would help his best friend to deal with his past. Now the man could focus all his attention onto Harry and try to forget his years in Azkaban. Padfoot. His friend looked up a little startled but smiled when he saw him. Sorry, Moony. I was a little lost in thought. Remus laughed softly, trying not wake the child in his friend's arms. I just wanted to tell you I've arranged Harry's room. The new clothes are in the closet. You might want to put him in bed. Sirius nodded reluctantly and stood up, carefully supporting his godson so he wouldn't wake up. Once in the room, he saw Remus had painted the white walls blue. The big bed was now smaller, and some toys were around the room. Sirius smiled and put Harry on the bed. Then he went to fetch some PJs from the closet and carefully started to change the boy's clothes. Once done, he tucked his godson in bed, putting the lion next to him, and silently left the room, leaving the door ajar so they could hear if something was wrong. Slowly, he went down the stairs and was somewhat surprised to see Dumbledore sitting in the living room. Hello, Headmaster. The old wizard looked up and smiled to him. Hello, Sirius. Remus was just explaining what had happened. I hope Harry is all right now. Sirius shrugged. I don't know, sir. At least he stopped crying and he's now sleeping soundly. Dumbledore looked a little concerned. Did he say anything to you? Sirius shook his head. No. He thought about something. He seemed really afraid to cry at first, like he was expecting someone to be mad at him, and it took me some time before he took the stuffed lion Remus had bought. It's like he's been taught he cannot cry, and he's not allowed to play. Dumbledore sighed softly. He had never wondered how Harry's life really had been at the Dursleys. He had thought that it was enough for him to be under their protection, but never had imagined their hate for magic would push them to neglect their nephew. Remus' soft voice startled him out of his dark thoughts. It's the Dursleys' fault, isn't it? They brought Harry up this way. I'm afraid so, Remus. I could never have imagined it was so bad there. I wish Harry had said something. Sirius shook his head. You know, Harry doesn't talk about these things. He doesn't want anyone to worry about him. Before anyone could say anything else, a shout came from upstairs, making the three men shot up and race up the stairs. Sirius was the first to run into Harry's room and saw the small kid curled up in his bed, clutching the stuffed toy with both arms, his head buried in the soft mane of the toy. Sirius knelt before him and gently began to pry his arms from the lion. Harry looked up and then launched himself in his godfather's arms, wrapping high arms tightly around Sirius's neck. The man nearly fell down, but managed to steady himself with a hand, while the other went around Harry's small waist. What's wrong, kiddo? Harry was sobbing loudly on his shoulder, but managed to squeak. Mommy and Daddy are dead. He killed them. Sirius looked sadly at his godson. Harry had once told him that he sometimes had nightmares about his parents' deaths, but he had never known they were this bad. Sirius sat on the bed and started to gently rock Harry till the child quieted down. Hush, sweetheart. I'm here. I promise nothing will happen to you. Harry nodded, still refusing to let go of Sirius's neck. Finally, after Sirius had gently comforted him for some more minutes, Harry calmed down enough to look around the room. He spotted the other two men in the room and felt suddenly embarrassed for breaking down like that. Dumbledore saw his checks flush and smiled gently at the child, There were things about him that never would change. The old man walked over to them and gently put a hand on Harry's head. "Hello, Harry." The boy looked up at him and smiled shyly, tightening his grip on Sirius, who was now nearly choking but didn't complain about his discomfort. "Hello, sir. How are you feeling?" Besides the nightmare, of course. Harry relaxed somewhat in his godfather's arms and contemplated the question. Finally, he answered, "Fine, sir, just a little weird." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Weird? How?" Harry frowned. "I try to act like I did before, not showing my emotions and all that, but there's always something that makes me act different. Like the lion. First I wanted to tell Sirius I didn't want it, but then something inside me told me the lion was cute and I should take it. After that, there was another part of me that said I wasn't allowed to take it. It's confusing." The headmaster gently stroked his soft hair. "That's perfectly normal, Harry. You'll get used to it." "Why is this happening?" Dumbledore sat down in a chair he had just conjured. "It's like this, Harry. The part that is resisting and still wants you to act your age is the small part that still is 14 inside you. That cannot be erased because if we did, you would stay this way permanently. The other part, the one that wants to accept it all, is the one that has been brought forward by the potion. Everyone has some small part inside them in which they want to be children again. The potion takes that small part and makes it rule over your instincts and emotions, overruling the adult part. Finally, the last one is just a result of your education. Even if you know you're not longer with the Dursleys, their education still rules your mind now that you're a child once again. Do you understand?" Harry was looking somewhat confused, but after he thought about it for a while, it started to make sense. "You mean my 14-year-old conscience is still there, but can't come forward because of the potion? I'm acting like a 5-year-old would and still think as I would have thought at the Dursleys, right?" Dumbledore looked at him pleased. "Yes, Harry, that's it. I'm sure that with Sirius and Remus you'll get over the Dursleys, and the 14-year-old part shouldn't bother you much. It's just a question of getting used to it." Harry nodded. "But then, how does this help me with my depression?" Dumbledore's eyes began to twinkle. "Well, Harry, I've heard you already relieved some stress this morning, and you're talking much more than you did before. What we want you to do is to let it all out. You don't need to keep your feelings inside. This is the best way of dealing with depression, but it's difficult for adults to achieve this. That's the reason sometimes this potion is used." Harry smiled a little and snuggled closer into Sirius's warm embrace. Dumbledore was right. He was already feeling better than he had in a long time. Who would have thought some crying would do him so much good? To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Fun. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. After Dumbledore left, Sirius stood up. Harry still cradled tightly against his chest. He took some clean clothes out of a dresser, and then he looked at Harry. The child's face was still sweaty. His green eyes were shining brightly from the tears. Brushing some hair from his godson's eyes, he smiled gently at him. "Come on, Harry. Let's get you cleaned up." The child nodded slightly and put his free arm around Sirius's neck while the man carried him out of the room and into the bathroom. Sirius sat him on the toilet and began to draw a bath, making sure it would not be too warm. When the man turned to Harry again, he saw his godson curled up against the wall, with his knees against his chest and his head buried high knees. Silently, he walked over to the slight form of the kid and knelt in front of him. "Harry." The child looked up, leaning his chin on his knees. "The bath is ready." Then his godfather put him on his feet on the toilet and lifted the top of his pajamas from his small body, starting to undress him. The last time that it happened, Harry had felt embarrassed. Now it only felt natural, and even his 14-year-old mind kept quiet, relishing in his godfather's gentle touch. Sirius carefully lowered Harry into the warm water and started to gently wash him up. First, he washed Harry's messy hair with the shampoo Remus had bought. When he was cleaning out the soap, some of it entered Harry's eyes, making the kid gasp and close them tightly. Sirius was immediately concerned since he hadn't seen what had happened. "Harry, what's wrong?" The child whimpered a little. "There's soap in my eyes." Sirius sat there, unsure of what he should be doing. "Sirius." Some tears began to fall down his closed eyes, and Sirius snapped out of it. Taking a clean washcloth, he put it under the spray of warm water and then gently moved Harry's head to him. Carefully, he began to clean Harry's face. Once he was finished, he took a cup and filled it with water. "Harry, please, open your eyes." His godson obeyed, and his eyelashes fluttered open, but then closed again abruptly. "It hurts." Sirius caressed his cheek and comfortingly said, "I know, I'm sorry, but if I don't get the soap out of your eyes, it won't stop hurting." Harry sighed and slowly opened his eyes. Sirius quickly but carefully poured some of the water into his sensitive eyes, making the boy grimace. "They're done. Is it better now?" Harry blinked a few times and then nodded his head. "Yeah, thanks." Sirius nodded and once again set to clean Harry's hair, this time taking extra care that none of the soap went into the child's eyes. 10 minutes later, Harry was cleaned up and Sirius gave him a plastic hippogriff that had been enchanted to swim through the tub. Harry looked at it but didn't move to touch it. "Don't you want to play, Harry?" His godson looked at him questioningly. "Am I allowed?" An annoyed flash passed through Sirius's eyes, and he wondered once more what those stupid muggles had done to his godson. It was not natural that Harry asked every time if he was allowed to play. Sirius turned Harry's head to him and looked at him intently. "Harry, why do you think you're not allowed to play?" Harry titled his head to one side, returning his gaze thoughtfully. "Aunt Petunia always said freaks didn't have a right to play with normal toys. She always shouted at me and slapped me on the head if I ever touched Dudley's toys." Repressing his anger, Sirius put a gentle hand on Harry's head. "Harry, you're not a freak. You're just a child and, as such, you're allowed to play. Remus and I bought you all these toys so you could enjoy them. They're yours, okay?" Harry thought about it for a while and then nodded. Some time later, squeals of laughter could be heard through the closed door. Harry had finally found out the joys of playing and was having a wonderful time. Sirius, on the other hand, didn't share his enthusiasm anymore. But that was probably due to the fact Harry had left the hippogriff swimming around and had discovered that soaking his godfather was much more fun. Sirius allowed him to play until the water was cold. He resolutely picked the child up and wrapped him in a fluffy towel, making him squirm. He dried him off, then put his clothes on. Then he waved his wand, cleaning up the mess his godson had made. Taking Harry's hand, they went downstairs, where Moony had finished making lunch. Harry hopped onto a chair, Sirius sitting next to him, and Remus gave them the plates full of food. Harry saw that his old professor had put less food on his plate and was happy about it. He still wasn't really hungry. Sirius also noticed and frowned at his friend. Catching his gaze, the werewolf shrugged and sat down, answering the silent question. "He's a 5-year-old Padfoot. You can't expect him to eat as much as a teenager. That is more than enough for him." Sirius nodded, still a little unsure, and proceeded to help Harry cut the meat, unwilling to let the boy handle a sharp knife. Harry gave him a slight frown. The Dursleys had never done this for him. They didn't care if he hurt himself while eating, so he had learned at an early age how to properly use a knife. He tried to tell Sirius that, but his only answer was that 5-year-olds shouldn't handle sharp objects and that there was no way he was allowing him to take a chance to hurt himself. To be continued, /n. Thanks for all reviews, and specially thanks to my new beta reader, Honey. Uncle Remus. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. After they finished eating, Sirius put Harry down on the carpet in the living room and gave him some of the toys Remus had brought that morning. While he stayed in the living room, watching Harry, Remus went to his room to rest before the moon came up. Snape had given him the Wolfsbane potion, but even so, he and Sirius agreed that he would stay in the cellar so he wouldn't frighten Harry. They didn't know how the child would react to a werewolf and didn't want to find out either. A few hours later, Sirius and Harry had dinner quietly, and then Sirius put Harry to bed. The child was so tired that he fell asleep at once, and Sirius didn't have the heart to wake him up and give him the sleeping potion. Silently, he settled down in the living room, watching as the sun came down and the moon began to rise. He could easily hear movement in the cellar and knew his friend was transforming. He waited patiently until all noise subsided before going down to check on his friend. Moony looked up when the door opened and gave an annoyed whine when he saw Sirius come in. The other man ignored the sound and approached him calmly. He knelt next to the wolf and gently petted his head, making Moony relax. "It's okay, old friend. Just a few hours more." Under his friend's gentle touch, Remus drifted off to sleep, knowing he would not be a danger to Padfoot. Sirius quietly stood up, ready to leave, when a small voice attracted his attention. "Sirius?" The man froze at his godson's voice, and he slowly turned around. The child was standing at the door, with the Gryffindor lion clutched to his chest, watching from his godfather to the wolf with huge eyes. All his instincts were telling him to run upstairs and hide in his bed, but there was something else. A part of him knew without a doubt that the large, gray wolf wouldn't harm him. For once, his mind let this part of him win over his fear, and hesitantly, he took a step into the room. He looked up at his godfather and asked, "Is that Uncle Remus?" Sirius wondered for a moment when Harry had decided to call his friend Uncle, but decided to let the matter rest for now. Instead, he nodded and walked up to his godson. He knelt in front of the small boy, and with a gentle voice, so as not to scare him, he asked, "Why are you up, Harry?" The child clutched the lion closer to his chest and looked down. "I'm sorry. I woke up and couldn't go to sleep anymore. I called you, but you didn't come." Sirius smiled at him and stroked his cheek before scooping his godson into his arms. "Come on, little one. Let's leave Uncle Remus to sleep and see what we can do about getting you back to bed." Harry smiled slightly and wrapped his free arm around Sirius's neck, leaning his small head against his godfather's shoulder. After leaving the room, Sirius locked the door and went upstairs to Harry's room. Once there, he settled his godson back in bed and went to retrieve some sleeping potion from the bathroom. Harry drank it without protesting, and he was soon sleeping again. Sirius tucked his godson in and silently left the room to find his own bed and get some rest. It was early next morning when Sirius woke up after a peaceful night. After getting dressed, he went to check on Harry and saw the child was still sleeping soundly, not having moved from the spot he had left him. Going out of his godson's room, he headed to the kitchen and set up the coffee before walking down to the cellar. After unlocking the door, he entered the dark room and went to the motionless figure of his friend. He wrapped Remus up in a blanket and gently lifted him up, ready to take him to his room for a well-deserved rest. Moony stirred a little and looked up at his friend's face, a small smile tugging at his lips. Sirius noticed and grinned down at him. "Hey, Moony, how are you feeling?" The man's voice was raspy, but Sirius knew it would get better in no time. They stayed silent for a while, Sirius finally arriving at his friend's room, where he tucked him in a bed, as he had done the night before with Harry. Remus was looking at him pensively. Even if he looked tired, Sirius could sense there was something bothering him. With a resigned sigh, he sat down, knowing his friend wouldn't go to sleep before he had talked. "What is it, Remus?" The man gave him an annoyed look. "You know me too well. It's just, I could swear I smelled Harry's scent yesterday night, just before you left." Sirius grimaced slightly. He had wanted to tell his friend about it later, after he had had some rest, but knew Remus could be stubborn sometimes and would not go to sleep till he had an answer to his unspoken question. "He was there. He came down looking for me because he couldn't sleep and I was in the cellar." Remus became even paler than he had already been. Gulping, he asked, "How did he take it seeing me like that?" Sirius shrugged. "I think he took it fine. He looked a little scared, but I think he knew you wouldn't harm him because he came into the room." With a small smile, he added, "Do you know you have been promoted from Remus to Uncle Remus?" The werewolf raised an eyebrow. "Uncle Remus?" Sirius smiled. "That's what my godson called you yesterday." The frown in Remus's face disappeared, and a contented smile framed his tired face. "Uncle Remus, eh? I guess I can live with it." Sirius laughed softly and stood up. "Come on, go to sleep. I need to go wake up your nephew, then have breakfast and then figure out what we can do for the day." Remus yawned. "Take him out for a while. The sun will do him lots of good. He's too pale." Sirius nodded. "That sounds like a good idea. I'll see you later, Moony." "Night." Remus closed his eyes and snuggled deeper into his blankets. "Night, Padfoot." To be continued, /n. Thanks for the reviews, and thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Dad, disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius closed the door silently behind him and hurried downstairs to check on the coffee, which he had completely forgotten about. After making sure it didn't boil over, he started to make breakfast, keeping in mind that Harry would eat less than he usually did. When everything was ready, he put a charm on the plates to keep the food warm and went upstairs to awaken Harry. While he had been gone, Harry had curled up on his side, burying his head in his toy. With a small laugh, Sirius walked to his godson and grasped his small shoulder gently. "Harry, wake up, kiddo." The child curled up more and mumbled, "Coming, Aunt Petunia." Sirius frowned and bent over his godson, shaking him gently. "Come on, sweetheart, wake up." At the sound of the unfamiliar endearment, Harry opened one eye. It wasn't possible that his aunt was calling him sweetheart. She only called Dudley that. He was not disappointed when the dark figure of his godfather appeared over him. Sirius smiled when he saw the kid's eyes brighten. He was happy to know he could make Harry feel better by just being there. He bent down further and gently kissed the child's cheek. Sirius was a little startled when Harry wrapped his small arms around his neck, but didn't complain and returned the hug. After Harry released him, he pushed the covers down and lifted the child in his arms. "Need to go to the bathroom?" Sirius laughed when Harry nodded vigorously and carried the child out of the room. Harry looked down the hall to the closed door of Remus's room. "Is Uncle Remus okay?" "Don't worry, Remus is fine. He's just tired. I'm sure he will join us this evening." The man put Harry down and gave him a gentle nudge towards the bathroom. "I'll be downstairs. Call me if you need help. When you're finished, come to the kitchen. Breakfast is ready." Harry pouted a little at that. He really wasn't hungry so early in the morning, since the Dursleys had often neglected to give him breakfast, and he had somehow grown used to it. If Sirius saw the pout on Harry's face, he ignored it and left him alone. Breakfast was a silent affair. Harry mostly pushed his food around the plate until Sirius took the fork out of his hand. Sirius patiently began to feed him, explaining to Harry that they wouldn't do anything before he had finished his breakfast. Harry obliged. This time he barely felt embarrassed about being fed like a little kid, reminding his 14-year-old self that he was now a little kid and there was nothing to be ashamed of as long as Sirius didn't feel uncomfortable. Once breakfast was finished, Sirius cleaned the kitchen and then went with his godson to the boy's room to dress him. Harry watched pensively while Sirius made the bed. Sirius began to feel a little uncomfortable under his godson's gaze. Finally, after the bed was made up, he picked Harry up from the chair he had been sitting in and placed him on his lap, starting to change him in some blue shorts and a small t-shirt with a golden snitch painted on the front. When he was finished, he put on the child's boots, knowing that after the rain yesterday, everything would be filled with water and mud. Then he held out Harry's jacket. "We're going for a walk outside, and you can tell me what's on your mind." Harry titled his head, looking at his godfather with that same pensive expression, but didn't say anything. Sirius took his hand, and they silently walked downstairs, where Sirius took his own jacket and put it on before opening the door and leading his godson outside. For a while, Harry walked close to Sirius, clutching the hand of the older man, afraid he would be forced to go to Hogsmeade again. He was relieved when Sirius didn't take the road to the small town and instead started to walk in the opposite direction, into the woods. Harry walked carefully around the mud, trying not to get his clothes dirty. Sirius watched this, torn between amusement and annoyance. It seemed that in everything that Harry did, he had the fear that he would do something wrong and be punished for the transgression. Sirius knew who had planted these fears in Harry's head: the Dursleys. Finally, after having rescued his godson from falling into a large patch of water while he tried to avoid walking through the mud, Sirius lifted him up in his arms and looked him in the eye, making the small child cringe as though he expected punishment for some imaginary crime. "Harry, do you know what boots are for?" Harry looked down and nodded. Sirius gently lifted his head back up. "Then use them. It really is useless to wear boots if you're going to try and avoid the mud. We came out here so you could play." Remembering last time he had said that, he quickly added, "It would also be greatly appreciated if this time you refrained from including me in the splashing game." Harry blushed, but a small grin had appeared on his lips, and a mischievous glint twinkled in his eyes. After Sirius put him back on his feet, they walked for a while longer. This time Harry didn't look out for the mud, and soon he was running around, letting the water splash his trousers, avoiding coming too close to Sirius, who did indeed appreciate not being splashed. Sirius watched him happily, once in a while reminding him to stay in sight and not get too far ahead. Nearly an hour later, Harry came back to walk at his side. The child's cheeks were flushed, and he was panting slightly. Sirius took his godson's dirty hand in his, and they began to walk back to the house. The man looked down at his godson and gently spoke to the child. "Harry," the boy looked up. "Yes, can you tell me what was bothering you earlier?" Harry's flushed face became even redder, and he looked down. Oh, I was wondering what I should call you." Sirius stopped and looked down at his godson. "Why not Sirius? You've always called me that." But the child shook his head. "That's not right. Okay, how about Uncle Sirius? You're not my uncle. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Remus isn't your uncle either. Harry shifted a little. I know. I meant you don't act like my uncle. You act like my... Suddenly understanding the problem, Sirius scooped Harry into his arms. I act like your father? The kid nodded, still a little uneasy. You don't want me to act like that? Sirius could barely contain the hurt out of his voice, but Harry shook his head fiercely. No, I want you to act like my father. I mean, you nearly are. Sirius sighed with relief. He wondered what exactly was bothering his godson. His eyes narrowed at a sudden thought. Looking down at his Harry, who was not reclined against his chest, he softly asked, Harry, do you want to call me Dad? Harry whimpered a little and buried his head in the older man's shoulder to hide his embarrassment. But Sirius saw him nod his head. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. The decision. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius pondered the boy's words for some time. He knew Harry wanted to have a parent, even if it was just for the time he was 5. Even so, the man wondered if he could take James' place. Would it be all right? Then looking at his godson, he realized something he hadn't before. For the first time, he wondered what James meant to Harry. The kid had never had the chance to know his father. The only things Harry knew about him was what he had been told by people. And even if his 14-year-old self was able to accept it, for a 5-year-old the fact would remain that James was only a name, nothing more. What the child needed was someone who could help him and love him. And even if he wasn't the father's child in blood, he realized he could become his father in everything that really mattered. Harry stayed curled up against his godfather. He shouldn't have said that. Now Sirius probably was angry with him. He cringed slightly when a hand started to stroke his cheek, half expecting the man to slap him. When that didn't happen, he looked up into Sirius's smiling eyes. You're not angry? The man shook his head slightly. Of course not, kid. I just had to think about it for a little while. I was a little surprised. Harry nodded in understanding, but was still stunned at the man's next words. And Harry, you can call me Dad if you want, I don't mind. The boy quickly wrapped his arms tightly around Sirius's neck, hiding his smile and his tears in his godfather's shoulder. Sirius carried Harry the rest of the way to their home. When they came in, Remus was already awake and had begun to cook lunch. Seeing Harry's clothes full of mud, he smiled slightly. I see you had fun. Go change and pat foot. Lunch will be ready in a few minutes. Sirius and Harry grinned at him happily and made their way upstairs to Harry's room, where Sirius changed his godson's clothes and then went to his own room to change his robes, because after carrying Harry, they had become dirty. Harry, while Sirius changed, had gone downstairs to the kitchen. Remus was calmly sitting on a chair, waiting for the two to come down when a little bundle jumped on his lap, hugging him tightly around the waist. Smiling down at Harry, he put his arms around the kid. Hello, Harry. Had a nice morning? Harry nodded. Yes, it was fun, but I missed you. He looked up at the man with his bright green eyes. Are you all right, Uncle Remus? Remus smiled again. He suddenly felt very happy. The acceptance of this child meant more to him than he would have thought. Ruffling Harry's hair, he laughed softly. I've seen it. Harry blushed a little, realizing he hadn't really asked Remus if he could call him that. Sensing Harry's thoughts, the werewolf laughed again. You can call me Uncle Remus, Harry. I really don't mind. With a relieved sigh, Harry relaxed against the older man, and they both waited till Sirius came back downstairs. They ate lunch quietly, Remus and Sirius calmly talking about some of Dumbledore's plans. When Sirius looked at Harry's seat to see what he was doing, a smile spread through his face. The child had curled up in his chair and was now sleeping softly. Obviously, the walk that morning had tired him out. Silently, he and Remus looked at him for a while before Sirius walked to the chair and picked him up, ready to bring his godson to his room. Harry woke up with a start from the nightmare he had been having. He was sweating profusely, and it took him some time to realize he was in his room. Clutching the Gryffindor lion to his chest, he remembered the nightmare with a shudder. Voldemort had been in it. He had been saying that in order to get to him, he would kill Sirius and Remus, his only protectors during the summer. Harry sat up slowly. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't bring them in danger like that. Silently, hoping no one would come up to check on him, he got his shoes on and silently walked to his desk. Taking some parchment, he wrote down a quick note, telling Sirius and Remus he couldn't stay, and then left the room. Walking through the hall, He heard his guardians talking in the living room and decided to take the back door to slip out unnoticed. Once outside, he began to run into the forest as quick as he could. Once there, he would be safe from the view of the house. It didn't take him long. Despite his shorter legs, he was able to reach the woods. Once he had calmed his raging breath and made sure no one had seen him, he started to walk deeper into the forest. He knew it was dangerous, but at the moment he didn't care. It didn't matter if he was hurt as long as nothing happened to Sirius and Remus. It was nearly half for when the two men decided to go wake Harry. They thought they would spend the rest of the day playing with the kid, and maybe tomorrow they could visit the Burrow. Sirius still wanted to thank Ron and Hermione for their help. The man walked up the stairs, whistling softly, and cheerfully entered the room. He shut up quickly. His face paled a little when he saw the empty bed. Trying to calm himself down, he went to the bathroom, hoping to find the little boy in there. Swearing profusely when he saw the empty bathroom, he started to run through the rooms, shouting Harry's name. Remus rushed up the stairs when he heard the commotion. Dread started to fill him when he came face to face with Sirius's panicked face. "Sirius, what's wrong?" The other man gripped his shoulders. "Harry, I can't find him." Remus rushed through him and entered the room, seeing that it was indeed empty. Sirius had already rushed downstairs to look through the rooms there, in hopes that Harry was playing some kind of game. His hopes were crushed when he heard Remus shout for him to get upstairs. Panting heavily, he ran up the stairs again. Remus was in the room holding a small piece of parchment, his face grim. With trembling hands, he took the letter and read it. "Dear Dad and Uncle Remus, I'm sorry, but I can't stay here. Voldemort will kill you if I do. I love you, Harry." Cursing softly, Sirius sank down in a chair, head in hands. Remus patted his shoulder and walked out of the room to go warn Dumbledore. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. I'm sorry I wasn't able to warn anyone about the update, but my mail account is acting strange. Thanks to my beta reader, L.A. Honey. Firenze. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Dumbledore arrived at the house within a few minutes. A few teachers had come with him, ready to start looking for the small child. Remus greeted them and let them in. Sirius was still in Harry's room, trying to sort through his thoughts. Fear gripped him tightly, making him unable to think straight. Dumbledore talked for a while with Remus, and after the werewolf had told him all he knew about Harry's sudden disappearance, he sent the teachers to the forest to look for the boy. No one thought Harry would have gone to Hogsmeade because of his fear of being around many people. Remus cast a concerned look toward the stairs. He could imagine what was going through his best friend's head. A warm hand on his shoulder steered him to the door. He looked up and saw Dumbledore smiling at him gently. "Go, Remus. No one knows the forest as good as you and Hagrid. Go. Help them find Harry. I'll deal with Sirius." The werewolf nodded and joined the teachers outside. They were planning a search strategy to cover as much ground as possible and find Harry quickly. Hagrid had already left to talk to his friends in the forest. Dumbledore walked up the stairs and saw Sirius sitting in a chair, his head buried in his hands. The old headmaster walked to him and gently put a hand on his head. The man looked up a little startled and brushed away the tears that had appeared in his eyes. "Kidmaster, I'm sorry. I hadn't heard you come in." Dumbledore looked at him with a small smile. "That's all right, child. Don't worry. The teachers have started looking for him. With Hagrid and Remus searching, it will not take long to find him. Remember, he's smaller now, so he cannot have gone that far." Sirius nodded and stood up. "I'm going to help." He looked a little hesitantly around. "Someone should stay." Dumbledore nodded. "I will be waiting here for news. Go now." Sirius joined the others outside. He was still very pale, but he had a determined glint in his eyes. Remus smiled, relieved when he saw him. It was nothing like the man he knew to break down like that. Finally, after a little more discussion, the party broke apart in groups of two. Remus wanted to go with Sirius, but between his heightened senses and Sirius' ability to turn into Padfoot, they would work more effectively if they separated. In the end, Snape and Hagrid went together, much to their mutual chagrin. Remus went with Sprout, Sinistra and Flitwick paired up, and finally Sirius began searching with McGonagall. Sirius and the deputy headmistress walked silently together, each lost in thoughts. When they had walked for a while, Sirius turned into Padfoot and started to search for Harry's scent. He didn't find anything and started to walk in another direction, hoping he would find some clue about his godson's whereabouts. Suddenly, he heard little footsteps and looked at his right. He was a little surprised to see a small tabby cat walking at his side, but McGonagall would be able to follow him easier if she also was in her animagus form. Harry walked for hours. He didn't really know where he was going, but it didn't matter either, as long as he went in a different direction from his house. After some time, he simply became too tired to go on and sat down to rest. He was near a clearing. The sun finally broke through the clouds. He was thinking about what he should do now. He knew that it was very likely he wouldn't survive the night. He didn't have his wand there and knew the forest well enough to know it was dangerous. Well, at least he wouldn't put anyone he loved in danger anymore. He stayed there for a while, not thinking about anything in particular, and felt himself growing sleepy. He crawled under some bushes and curled up on his side, safe from view. He woke up quite suddenly a few hours later when someone picked him up. Startled, he looked up and saw that he was in the arms of a centaur. Looking a little more closely, he recognized him as Fenza, the centaur that had helped him a few years ago. "Hello, Harry Potter." In a soft voice he answered. "Fenza, you know the whole forest is looking for you. Hagrid came to tell us you had run from your house, and were now in the forest. You were lucky I found you before some of those werewolves did. They could have killed you easily." Harry shrugged. "That doesn't matter. I can't go back there." The centaur frowned. "And why can you not? Young one, do they treat you badly?" Harry shook his head fervently. "No, it's nothing like that. It's just Voldemort will kill them if I stay there." The centaur obviously understood the boy's dilemma. Fenza lifted Harry so that they were on eye level with one another, Harry's feet dangling far above the ground. "Listen, Harry Potter, it is not your decision. You cannot decide for them if they want to be with you or not. Everyone knows the Dark One wants to kill you. They know that being near you could put them in danger. But they do not care. They love you enough to not care. They want to be with you no matter what." Harry stayed silent, and the centaur continued. "Young one, don't you think your godfather and his friend would be in danger even if you weren't with them? Sirius Black and Remus Lupin have always been in important positions in light magic. They are some of the strongest wizards supporting Dumbledore. They would be in danger even if you weren't related to them." Harry thought about it for a while. Finally, he had to admit Fenza was right. He hadn't thought about it. Seeing the understanding in the kid's eyes, the centaur hugged him closer to his chest. "Let me bring you to your loved ones." Harry whimpered a little. "Sirius will be so angry." Fenza nodded. "Most likely he will. But don't you deserve it? I heard he was nearly in hysterics this evening." Harry nodded silently. With a tired sigh, he closed his eyes while he felt Fenza start to gallop. He didn't want to think right now. He didn't want to face Sirius. Even if the man loved him very much, he was sure he would be punished for this one. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Another thing, people have been asking me from the beginning to mail the updates to them. I don't mind doing that at all, but now I'm starting to get confused in who wants which story. So could you help me out and tell me exactly for which story you want me to warn you? If it's free, dangers in the past, or both. Thanks. Reunion. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius had been searching for hours. McGonagall had joined Sprout half an hour ago when she and Sirius had met up with Remus' group. The two teachers were tired and had decided to regroup at the house, along with the other search parties. Sirius had refused to go back, and Remus had decided to stay with him. Even if he was even more tired than the teachers because of the full moon, he wasn't about to leave Sirius alone in his current state. Padfoot was still walking ahead from his friend, trying desperately to find the boy's scent. With every hour that passed, the probability of finding his godson became smaller. But he couldn't give up. He had to find the little boy. Suddenly, they both stopped in their tracks. There was something coming towards them through the forest. With a soft pop, Sirius changed back into his human form and drew his wand. He hoped it wasn't something dangerous, because he really wasn't in the mood to fight it. A large form appeared from behind some bushes. They relaxed when they recognized it was a centaur. Sirius's eyes traveled down to his arms and saw he was carrying a small bundle. The centaur stopped a few feet away from them. "You are Sirius Black, am I right?" The man nodded. His eyes didn't leave the small bundle. The centaur extended his arms, offering him his charge. Sirius walked a little hesitantly towards him and felt relief surge through him when he recognized Harry's small form. Eagerly, he picked the child up in his arms, careful not to wake him, and then looked up at the centaur that was looking at him with a small smile. Remus joined them. I found him a little ways away. I've talked a little with him, and I think he understands more now, but you should be careful. He is very troubled. Without another word, Fenza turned around and walked away. Sirius hugged the small body of his godson closer to him and felt him stir in his arms. Looking down, he saw tired green eyes looking up at him. "Dad." Harry's voice was soft. Sirius hugged him even closer. Some of Sirius' relief was fading and anger began to replace it. He knew very well he had a temper and he didn't want Harry to take the brunt of it. So, taking his wand, he muttered a sleeping charm. The boy didn't even try to fight it. It was obvious that he was exhausted. Remus watched silently. For a moment, he had been afraid Sirius would start to shout at Harry. He knew that the child would still have to face his godfather, and that it wouldn't be pleasant for either of them. Still, it was better if they talked in the morning, when Sirius had calmed down somewhat. They silently made their way back, arriving just in time to see the teachers readying themselves to begin their search again. Sighs of relief were heard when they entered. Sirius paid them no heed and walked up the stairs. Remus looked worriedly at the headmaster. The old man was looking pensive. "Where did you find him?" "A centaur found him. He brought Harry to us." Hagrid smiled, relieved. He knew centaurs were often reluctant to help humans. He could nearly bet it had been Fenza. The centaur had always had a soft spot for Harry, although Hagrid couldn't figure out why. Dumbledore nodded and looked to the stairs. "Sirius is very angry," the headmaster noted. Remus sighed. "Yes, I hope he has calmed down enough by tomorrow morning." Dumbledore nodded. "I'm sure he will, but I suggest you stay close just in case." Remus nodded and led them out of the house, thanking them for their help. When everyone had left, he walked quietly upstairs and went into Harry's room where he was sure he would find his friend. Sirius was sitting in a chair, his eyes fixed on Harry's sleeping form. The werewolf saw his friend had changed Harry into a pair of blue pajamas and had also washed him up as much as he could without waking him. Remus studied his friend's face. Even if his face was expressionless, he could see an angry fire roaring in his eyes. Carefully, he wrapped an arm around the man's shoulders. Sirius looked up. "Come on, Sirius. Let's go sleep. I'm sure you're tired." His friend didn't move, his eyes once again trailing to his godson. "I can't. What if he leaves again?" Remus thought about it for a moment. Then he waved his wand, muttering some charms. "There. The windows are closed, and a bell will ring through the house if he walks out of this room. Is that okay?" Sirius nodded and reluctantly followed his friend out, closing the door after him. They walked silently to their rooms. Before going in, Remus turned to Sirius. "You're going to punish him, aren't you?" Sirius looked at him startled and then frowned. "Yes, of course. Don't you think he deserves it?" Remus nodded. "Yes, he does. I just wanted to make sure you did." Sirius looked at him confused, and Remus elaborated. "One of the many faults a parent can have, Padfoot, is being afraid to punish their children when they deserve it. You love Harry very much. I was afraid you wouldn't want to." Sirius shook his head. "Remus, I love my parents very much, and they me, but they knew exactly when I had gone too far. I would have been killed by one of my pranks by now if they hadn't implanted some sense into me." Remus chuckled softly. He had never been much of a troublemaker when he was smaller, and his parents hadn't had the need to implant some sense into him, as Sirius carefully stated. Deciding to let the matter rest, the werewolf turned around and, after bidding goodnight to Sirius, walked into his room and closed his door. To be continued, /n. Thanks for all reviews, and thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Punishment. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Harry woke up in a warm bed. He remembered what had happened last night, and a feeling of dread replaced the comfortable peace he had been feeling moments ago. He wondered if he should try to go back to sleep. He didn't really want to confront Sirius. Harry remembered the anger he had seen in his godfather's eyes when the man had put him to sleep the night before. He was definitely going to get it. After a small internal debate, he sat up. It would be better to see what his godfather had in store for him, rather than lay there thinking about it. He was startled when he saw Sirius sitting in one of the chairs in his room, looking at him intently, arms crossed over his chest. Harry was a little frightened now. His godfather's face was expressionless. His eyes were boring into the boy. Harry looked down, waiting for Sirius to speak first. The man stayed silent for a while. When he did speak, his voice was toneless and unemotional. "Come here, Harry." The child obeyed and scrambled out of bed, not wishing to anger his godfather further. He crossed the room to stand in front of Sirius. His godfather made no move towards him. Sirius simply stared at him with those burning eyes. "Sit down." Slowly, Harry sat in the chair that had been placed in front of his godfather's. "Now tell me, why did you run away and put yourself in danger yesterday?" Harry squirmed under the intense gaze, trying to collect his thoughts. Finally, he started to speak in a subdued voice. He told his godfather about the nightmare he had had and about the thoughts he had afterwards. Sirius's face didn't change through the explanation, but his eyes softened somewhat, though not enough for Harry to notice. After Harry told him what had happened with Fenza, Sirius unfolded his arms and leaned forward so he and Harry were at level eye. "Listen very carefully to me, Harry. Voldemort is a monster who wishes to kill everyone who stands in his way. Remus and I have been fighting him for many years, and even if you weren't with us, we would still be at the top of his list of people to kill. We have accepted it. We knew about it as soon as we started, but what we are doing is necessary. It's something we have to do because someone has to do it. If your presence here brings us in more danger, then so be it. Yesterday you asked me if you could call me Dad. I said yes, and with that I accepted you as my son. That means I'll be always here for you, no matter what, and if I have to die protecting you, then I will do so gladly because you are more important to me than my life." Sirius sat back and looked at the child. Harry's face was sad, and he was looking down. They sat in silence for a while, Sirius waiting patiently till the information had sunk in, all the while steeling himself. He knew what he had to do now, but he was not going to enjoy it in the least. In his mind, he cursed Remus. The werewolf knew him too well. This morning, he had been ready to let Harry get away with a warning, but his friend's words wouldn't let him. The boy needed to be punished, and even if Remus was willing to do it, both knew it was really his place. With a small sigh, Sirius sat up straighter and spoke with a firm note in his voice. "Harry." The boy looked up at him. "I'm sorry, but I have to punish you. What you did yesterday was very dangerous. I cannot allow this kind of behavior to go unpunished." Harry grimaced but nodded in acceptance. He didn't really know what Sirius was about to do. The Dursleys had never bothered with formally punishing him. They just beat him or locked him up. He had heard things that other parents did to their children to reprimand them, but had never paid much attention, thinking he would never be in their situation. Sirius's voice cut through his pensive mood. "Come here, Harry." With a small sigh, Harry slid from his chair and walked slowly to his godfather, a sense of dread filling him. Without a second thought, Sirius had picked him up and he found himself placed across the man's lap on his stomach. Suddenly knowing what was about to happen, Harry started to squirm, but Sirius placed a firm hand on his back to keep him still. The first slap landed unexpectedly, making the small boy cry out. Harry's first thought was that it hurt, and then that he wouldn't cry. Unluckily for him, he hadn't remembered that the potion had destroyed his teenaged inhibitions completely, and by the time the third slap fell, he was already bawling his eyes out. Sirius slapped him 7 times more before picking him up from his lap and into his arms. Through his sobs, he felt the man stand up and put him in his bed, on his stomach. Sirius put the blankets straight around him and without another word left the room. The man walked down the stairs and went into the kitchen, where Remus was making breakfast. The werewolf looked as his friend sank into a chair and put his head on the table silently. Thinking it was better not to ask anything, he handed Sirius a mug of coffee and then readied a tray for Harry. Leaving Sirius alone for a while, Remus picked the tray up and walked up the stairs and into Harry's room. The small child was clutching the golden Gryffindor lion to him, still sniffling a little. He looked up at Remus when the man came in, his eyes puffy from crying. The werewolf noticed he was lying on his side, and he assumed Sirius had spanked him. Putting the tray on the table, Remus walked over to the bed. He could see Harry was getting ready for another punishment from him, but Remus wasn't about to do anything. Sirius had done enough. "Come on, Harry. Your breakfast is ready." And after that you will spend the day in bed. I want you to think very carefully about what happened yesterday. Is that understood?" Harry nodded, a little relieved the werewolf wouldn't do anything else. Remus sat him in a chair with a pillow on it. Harry grimaced slightly. His bottom was still very warm and sore. He was grateful to Remus for bringing him his breakfast. He silently ate everything Remus had brought him. He wasn't very hungry, but he didn't want to upset his guardians even more than he already had. Once finished, Remus led him to the bathroom where he helped him get cleaned up. Still in his pajamas, Harry followed Remus' directions and crawled back into bed. Remus tucked him in and left the room quietly. It wasn't long before Harry had fallen asleep again. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Reassurance, disclaimer, I don't own any of the characters. Free. For the rest of the day, Harry lay in his bed, bored to death. He had already thought all he could about what he had done and had come to the firm decision to not do it again, even if it only was because of the punishment and the pain he had seen in Sirius's eyes. Now he began to feel uncomfortable, partly because he had been lying in the same position for hours and his small body was getting restless, but also because he had been lying there for the entire day and he hadn't seen Sirius since that morning. Remus had been the one to bring him his lunch and his dinner. It had also been the werewolf who had brought him to the bathroom when he needed to go. Harry curled up more tightly around the lion. What if Sirius hated him now? He didn't think he could survive if the only person in this world he considered a father rejected him. But why else hadn't he come? He didn't even want to see his godson. Without meaning to, Harry began to cry softly into the stuffed animal. Remus was alarmed when he came in with the sleeping potion. The sight of Harry silently crying was not something he had been expecting. The boy hadn't seemed that upset with his punishment and hadn't complained about it, so there had to be something else wrong. Quickly he strode across the room and sat on the bed next to the small boy. Harry looked up with something akin to hopefulness, but when he recognized him, he buried his head back into the toy. Carefully, he stroked the boy's hair, trying to get his attention, but the child didn't move. Finally, he spoke. "Harry, what's wrong?" The boy didn't answer. He just moved a little away from his hand. Frowning, Remus decided to try again. "Harry, please, tell me what's wrong." His voice had gone from soft to slightly commanding, and he saw the child stiffen a little. Still, there was no answer. Finally, deciding Harry wasn't going to talk to him, he decided to go get Sirius, since he was nearly sure the man had something to do with this. He found his friend sitting in the living room, staring into the fire. He only looked up when the werewolf put a hand on his shoulder. "There's something wrong with Harry, Sirius. He is crying and I couldn't get him to tell me what was wrong. You might want to talk with him." Sirius looked hesitantly at his friend. He had been avoiding Harry all day, making Remus go up when the child needed anything. Secretly, he was terrified about what the boy would say to him if he went upstairs, so he had wanted to leave it for the next day. With a deep sigh, he stood up. He couldn't avoid it now. Silently, he walked up the stairs and went to his godson's room. Harry was lying on the bed, still clutching the lion. The child didn't look up when he came in, but Sirius could clearly see he was still crying. Sitting on the bed next to him, Sirius gently stroked the boy's hair before asking, "Harry, what's wrong?" The child looked up sharply. He had thought it was Remus sitting next to him. Without a second thought, he launched himself into Sirius's arms and clutched his neck tightly. Sirius was surprised but managed to steady himself and carefully wrapped his arms around the small boy. Then a soft, childish voice whispered in his ear, "I'm so sorry, Daddy. So sorry for worrying you. Please don't hate me." Sirius was torn between relief that Harry wasn't angry with him for what he had had to do and shock that the child would think him capable of hating him. Tightening his grip on the small body, he whispered back, "Harry, I would never hate you. I love you. You are my son, and there is nothing you can do that would make me hate you." Harry stayed still for a while, basking in the warmth his godfather's arms provided. Then he pushed away a little so he could look at Sirius. The man looked down and saw happiness and confusion battling in Harry's eyes. "You don't hate me?" Sirius shook his head decisively. "No, Harry, of course not. Why did you think that?" Harry leaned against his godfather's shoulder again. "You didn't come to see me today. It was always Uncle Remus. I thought you didn't want to see me." Sirius sighed and decided he might as well tell his godson the truth. "I didn't want to see you." Before the boy could react, he continued, "I was afraid you would be angry with me, because I had to punish you. I didn't know if you would understand." Harry relaxed against the man. "Daddy, of course I understand. Even if I have a 5-year-old body and my mind is a jumbled mess of emotions and thoughts, I still know what is right and what is wrong, and I know the consequences of doing something wrong." He grimaced a little, "But I'm not in any hurry to repeat something like that anytime soon." "That hurt, you know?" Sirius chuckled dryly. "That was the point, my dear son. If it didn't, it wouldn't have driven the point across. Now I think it's time for you to go to sleep." Putting the child down, Sirius picked up the goblet Remus had left and handed it to Harry. His godson drank it without a second thought, and soon he was sleeping soundly in his bed. Some time later, Sirius left the room and went to rejoin his friend in the living room. The werewolf looked up and smiled at the relieved look in Sirius's face. "Is everything all right?" Sirius nodded, a small smile playing across his lips. "Yes, everything is fine. You know, he really is a little angel." Remus smirked. "I'm afraid you were somewhat biased, Padfoot, and you didn't think that when he drenched you in the bathroom a few days ago." Sirius laughed. "Okay, maybe not." They stayed silent for a while. Remus looked up from the book he was reading. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Sirius smiled mischievously. "Of course. Tomorrow is going to be a blast. I hope Harry enjoys it as much as I think he will. It will be his first real birthday." Remus laughed. "Yes, but I suggest you keep those Weasley twins at bay. God knows what could happen if they came near Harry." Sirius looked a little worried for a moment, but then relaxed. "I'm sure Ron and Hermione will help me protect little Harry from the evil twins. Else I can use some of my ex-murderer charm on them." Remus started laughing out loud. "Ex-murderer charm? I don't think that will work very well, Sirius." Sirius shrugged. "Oh well, if that doesn't work, I can always tell them about being a marauder. Harry told me the twins worshipped us, and I don't think it sank in that day that Ron called me Padfoot. I might want to repeat it." Sirius smiled again. "How do you think they will react when I tell them their all-knowing defense teacher from a few years back is really Moony?" Remus looked up sharply. "Don't you dare tell them." Sirius shrugged and stood up. The twinkle in his eyes didn't reassure Remus in the least. A few moments later, the werewolf sighed and quietly said, "He is going to tell them. I'm never going to be able to teach at Hogwarts again." To be continued, /N. Thanks for all reviews. Thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Hermione. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Harry woke up fairly early the next morning. After having spent all day lying in bed, he longed to get up and walk around. Lazily, the boy stretched and jumped out of what had been his prison yesterday, eagerly walking around. He went to the door and was about to open it when a sudden thought stopped him. Was he allowed to go out yet? Uncle Remus had said he only had to stay in bed yesterday. But what if they had changed their mind and didn't want him wandering around the house? His thoughts were shattered when someone entered the room. Harry looked up from where he had been thinking and smiled when he saw Sirius's smiling face looking down at him. Without a second thought, the small child threw himself in his godfather's arms. Sirius picked him up from the floor and swung him around, making the boy laugh. When Sirius stopped twirling him around and drew him against his chest in a warm hug, Harry was slightly lightheaded. "Good morning, sweetheart." Harry smiled and snuggled closer to the man, wrapping his small arms around his godfather's neck. "Morning, Daddy. How did you sleep?" Harry closed his eyes. "Fine." They stayed that way for a while, both relishing the warmth and comfort the other offered. Finally, Sirius pried Harry's arms from his neck and, ignoring a soft protest from his godson, put the child on the floor. Taking the child's hand into his own, he steered Harry in the direction of the bathroom. "Come on, Harry, let's get you cleaned up and dressed." He looked down fondly at his godson. "Any idea what today is?" Harry stopped walking, looking up at his godfather, confusion written all over his face. "No, why?" Sirius laughed softly and picked him up again, hugging him tightly. Harry was even more confused now. That is until he heard a soft voice whispering in his ear. "Happy birthday, son." Harry drew away a little, gaping at his godfather. "It's my birthday? Are you sure?" Sirius smiled at him. "Yes, of course I'm sure. And we are having guests, so we have to hurry a bit." Harry tilted his head to stare at his godfather while they continued to walk to the bathroom. "Who is coming?" Sirius grinned at him and ruffled his hair gently. "That is a surprise." "Daddy." Harry began to pout slightly, but Sirius paid him no heed and instead began to undress him. 20 minutes later, Harry was cleaned up and dressed with a pair of dark blue jeans and a white and yellow t-shirt. They walked down together, and as soon as they entered the kitchen, Harry was lifted into someone's arms. "Well, here's the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Harry." The boy grinned and wrapped his arms tightly around Remus's neck. "Thanks, Uncle Remus." The man chuckled and deposited him in his chair, Sirius trailing behind them. Remus had prepared a plate of pancakes, and for the first time in a long time, Harry felt like he wouldn't have much of a problem to eat it all up. They were half through breakfast when a sound came from the living room. Sirius and Remus exchanged knowing looks, and the werewolf went to greet their guest. Harry looked at them confused, but his face cleared up when Remus came back with a brown-haired girl. Jumping out of his chair, he was about to run to her, but a strong arm wrapped itself around his waist. Looking up, he frowned at his godfather that was keeping him in place. "Daddy," Sirius chuckled at his godson's impatience. "Hold on just a minute, kiddo. I doubt Hermione would appreciate you hugging her with those hands." Looking down at his hands, he noticed for the first time that they were indeed full of Jell-O. With a resigned sigh, he allowed Sirius to wipe his hands clean. Hermione was standing next to Remus, taking all of this in with a mixture of surprise and amusement. She had been warned that Harry had taken a de-aging potion, but she hadn't really expected him to act like a child. She also hadn't anticipated the change in Sirius' behavior. He seemed much more at ease around Harry than she had ever seen him. There was no longer guilt in his eyes when he looked at his godson. This experience was definitely turning out well for both of them. Looking at the man beside her, she realized that it had also been good for Remus. Her old teacher looked much more relaxed and healthy than he had been before. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard small feet approaching her. Smiling, she bent down and caught Harry in her arms when the child ran to her. Lifting him up, she was surprised when the boy hugged her around the neck, but she hugged him back. Laughing softly, she put Harry back down and took his hand. "Happy birthday, Harry." The boy beamed up at her and began to pull her to the table, where Remus and Sirius were sitting. The werewolf had already readied a plate of pancakes for her, while his friend hugged her gently. "Hello, Hermione. I'm glad you could make it." The girl laughed. "I wouldn't have missed it for the world." She sat down in a free chair and allowed Harry to sit on her lap, trying to forget for a moment that he was really 14. "Well, 15 now. You're looking good, Sirius." Looking down at Harry, she smiled. "I see family life is treating you well." Sirius laughed a little and reached out to ruffle Harry's hair. "Oh, yes, we're doing fine. Is Harry giving you much trouble?" She was somewhat curious how much Harry had gone back at being a kid. Sirius looked a little sternly at his godson. "Well, it's still Harry in there, Hermione. We already have had a search for him once in the Forbidden Forest." Hermione felt the boy squirm in her arms and saw that Harry was refusing to meet his godfather's eyes. Trying to lighten the mood, she stated in a dry voice, "I'm not going to ask." That did the trick, and the two men started to laugh a little, making Harry relax in her arms again. She made a mental note to ask about it again when Harry wasn't around. She could clearly see Sirius wasn't happy about what had happened. To be continued, /n. Thanks for all the reviews. Also thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. Marauders. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Breakfast continued without further incident. While Sirius and Remus cleaned up, Hermione went into the living room with Harry. The small child sat in one of the armchairs while the girl sat in front of him. They stared at one another in silence for a while. Hermione was unsure about how she should be acting around her friend. Finally, she spoke. "Harry, can I ask you something?" The child tilted his head to a side and looked at her questioningly. "Are you really a child now? Or are you only acting like one?" Harry frowned pensively. "I'm not a child. I remember all that happened and know all I have learned and such. But I'm not acting either. I really can't help it. Even when I try to act like a teenager, the potion doesn't allow it." Then he grinned a bit. "It's actually a lot of fun, usually." Hermione raised an eyebrow at the last comment. "Has that usually something to do with you running off to the Forbidden Forest?" Harry blushed but was spared an answer when the fire that had been burning in the living room became green. Both children stood up just when the first redhead stumbled out of the fireplace. Ron was the first to come out. Once he got his balance back, he looked around the room. His eyes fell on Hermione, and he smiled brightly at her. A few seconds later, he caught sight of Harry, and his jaw dropped in shock. He stood there for a few minutes, trying to say something while Hermione and Harry waited patiently for him to recover. Finally, when the fire became green again, Ron moved to them. "My God, Harry, you are so small." Hermione began to laugh while Harry giggled and went to hug his best friend. Ron looked a little unsure at the kid that was now hugging him around his legs, but after some hesitation, he picked him up carefully. Nervously looking at Hermione, he asked, "Are you sure I'm not going to break him?" Hermione sank into a chair in helpless laughter, while Harry hugged Ron tightly around the neck, making sure his friend noticed he was still quite strong. Ron made some choked sounds before Harry released his neck, all the while grinning at the red-haired boy. A small squeal rang through the room, and suddenly Harry found himself in another pair of arms. Looking up, he saw Mrs. Weasley smiling down at him. The woman gave him a peek in the check, making him laugh brightly. When Mrs. Weasley put him back on his feet, after having fussed over him for a while, Harry found himself once again lifted up in a different pair of arms. Before he had the chance to see who had picked him up, someone got him out of those arms, and he found himself pressed against his godfather's chest. Looking around confused, he saw Fred looking surprised at his godfather, who was, in turn, glaring at the twins. "You two and I are going to establish a few rules, got it?" The two boys nodded, rather startled. "Good. First and foremost, no pranks around Harry. Second, don't leave any of your products around the house. And last, don't play any tricks on Remus or myself." Then he grinned evilly. "Or else you will feel the wrath of Moony and Padfoot." "Understood." The twins nodded quickly. Their eyes had glazed over and were looking from Sirius to Remus, who had been standing at the back of the room. The werewolf was smiling, waiting for a response from the boys. Hermione and Ron had sat down on a couch and were looking at the others, obviously knowing who the Marauders were. Finally, George spoke. "Yeah, Mr. Black?" Sirius raised an eyebrow and handed Harry to Ron, who cradled the child on his lap. "Yes, no offense, but who are Moony and Padfoot?" Sirius smirked. Innocently, he asked, "You don't know who Moony and Padfoot are?" Fred looked at his twin. "MMH, well, we know they are two of the Marauders, but we don't know their real names." "Do you know their real names, sir?" Sirius grinned and looked at Remus. "Oi, Remus, do you hear this? They want to know Moony's and Padfoot's names. Do you think we should tell them?" The werewolf smiled and went to stand at his friend's side. "Oh, well, since they are asking so politely, I guess we could include them in our secret." He turned to Ron, Hermione, and Harry. "What do you three think? Are they worthy enough to know the secret of the Marauders?" The twins turned sharply to the trio. Ron was snickering softly, while Hermione was trying to hold in her laughter. Harry had wriggled out of Ron's lap and was now sitting between his two friends, grinning impudently at the twins, who were in turn gapping at the trio. "You know?" Fred breathed deeply, trying to clear his thoughts. "You know, and you never told us?" Finally, Hermione spoke. "Yes, we have known for a while. And Remus, I think they are worthy. After all, they rescued the map from Filch." Sirius nodded solemnly. "You are right, Hermione. They have earned the right to know the secret of the great Marauders." Turning to the twins, he and Remus bowed low. "Fellow pranksters, I might want to introduce myself properly. I am Padfoot, and this is my partner in crime, Moony." The two men stood up again and saw the twins standing motionless in front of them. Finally, George spoke. "No way, there's no way Professor Lupin is Moony." The werewolf smirked. "That now I am a responsible adult." Sirius smirked at that, but a glare from his friend shut him up. "That now I am a responsible adult doesn't mean I didn't enjoy turning Severus's hair pink from time to time." Sirius snorted. "Not only Severus's, but if I remember correctly, you were the one who charmed Dumbledore's beard neon yellow." Remus blushed, remembering that particular event. "You made a bet with me. I couldn't have put it back." "Whatever, Moony, whatever. It was still hilarious. Not more than the time you made the Slytherin Quidditch team dance a tango before a match." Everyone in the room was laughing by now. Even Mrs. Weasley was half smiling at the two men. Harry sighed happily and snuggled closer to Hermione's side. The day had just begun, but it promised to be one of the best days of his life. To be continued, /n. Thanks for all reviews, and thanks to my beta reader, LA Honey. The shop. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. After everyone stopped laughing, Sirius picked Harry up again. To the child's displeasure, he was carried back up to his room. Sirius put the boy on his bed and laughed at the sullen expression on his face. Hush, Harry, we'll be back downstairs in a moment. I just need to pick up your jacket and we'll be off. Harry frowned. We are going out? Sirius nodded and began to help Harry put his jacket on. Sadly for him, he was now faced with a very uncooperative child. Going out somewhere hadn't been part of Harry's plans for the day. With a sigh, Sirius stopped trying to force Harry's arm into a sleeve and looked intently at his godson. Okay, kiddo, what's wrong? I don't want to go out. Everyone will stare at me. Harry, we're going to the Muggle world. I honestly doubt anyone will pay you attention. The child tilted his head and regarded Sirius doubtfully. Really? Sirius nodded solemnly. Really? Harry nodded, much happier. Okay. When they came down again, the others were already waiting. Harry jumped out of Sirius's arms and went to stand beside Ron and Hermione. He took them each by the hand and stared expectantly at his godfather. The adults smiled fondly at them, and Remus turned to the fireplace. Throwing in some flu powder, he shouted, "The leaky cauldron!" One after another, they walked in and disappeared. Ron clutched Harry in his arms and went just after Hermione. Once everyone had safely arrived, Sirius quickly led them all to Muggle London, trying to evade the prying eyes of the people drinking in the pub. Looking at his side, he saw Harry had buried his head in Ron's shoulder, hiding his face from everyone. The teenager seemed to be very uncomfortable, not quite knowing what to do. Before Sirius could do anything, Hermione went to help Ron. Starting to gently caress Harry's head, she began to mumble gentle words in the child's ear, trying to reassure him. Seeing what his friend was doing, Ron took her lead and began to do the same, rubbing the child's back. Between the two, they managed to calm down the distraught child and coaxed him to walk on his own between them. Sirius smiled softly at the trio. He was very happy that they were able to get along so well and that the two older kids were so protective of Harry. Mrs. Weasley, Fred, and George were walking with Remus and Sirius behind the trio, giving them some room. Suddenly, Hermione turned around and looked at Sirius. Sirius? The man looked up from where he had been talking with Mrs. Weasley and raised an eyebrow quizzically. What is it, Hermione? Where are we going? I just realized we were just walking around. Sirius smiled. I know. First we had planned on going to an amusement park, but since Harry had developed a sort of phobia for large crowds, Remus and I thought we could do some shopping and then go eat something. Hermione smiled in delight. I know just a place where we could go. It's not very crowded. Then she blushed a bit. That is, if it's all right with you, of course. The adults laughed. Remus kindly said, Of course, Hermione. I'm sure you know London better than anyone else here, so lead the way. Happily, she turned to her friends and began to drag them after her. Harry smiled. He felt safe walking between the two of them, much like he felt when he walked next to Sirius. Ron startled him from his thoughts. So where are we going, Hermione? The girl smiled secretively. We're going to a place I loved to go when I was a kid. I'm sure Harry will like it. The small boy grinned and squeezed her hand, but Ron groaned. Hermione, I doubt Harry will like a bookstore. Hermione sniffed and glared at her friend. For your information, it's not a bookstore. I do more things than read, Ron. While they continued to bicker, none of them noticed Harry was getting upset. Risen voices still reminded him too much to the Dursleys. Suddenly, he jerked his hands away from the teenagers and ran to Sirius. The man looked very startled when small arms wrapped themselves around his knees, nearly sending him to the ground. Everyone stopped suddenly and looked at the child who was hiding his face in his godfather's legs. A little confused, Sirius picked the child up, and Harry immediately wrapped his arms around the man's neck and hid his face in his godfather's shoulder. Noticing they were standing in the middle of the street, Sirius motioned for everyone to start walking again. Ron and Hermione came to walk next to him while he tried to figure out what had upset his godson. Harry, the child refused to look up, burying his face deeper in Sirius's neck. The man looked at the two teenagers questioningly, but they only shrugged. They didn't have a clue about what could have possibly upset their small friend so much. Turning his attention to his godson, Sirius began to rub his back, trying to get him to relax. Finally, Harry's grip on his neck slackened, and Sirius tried again. Harry. This time the child moved a little his head, and Sirius assumed he was listening. What's wrong, kiddo? Why are you so upset? They were fighting. Sirius looked at Ron and Hermione, who both began to blush. Sirius had known them for long enough to know that they both enjoyed their little discussions and that everyone had learned to accept them as normal. The man smiled at the two teenagers. It wasn't really their fault. No one knew how Harry would react as his younger self. Sirius returned his attention to the small boy and continued rubbing his back. It's okay, son. They weren't really fighting. Harry lifted his head a little, just enough to look at Sirius's face. Really? They're not angry. Sirius shook his head. No, Harry, they're not angry. The boy seemed reassured by this. He looked around, and both his friends smiled apologetically at him. Ron spoke first. We're sorry about that, Harry. We didn't mean to upset you. Hermione nodded. We aren't really angry at each other. We're just used to bickering. Harry nodded and let go of Sirius's neck when the man lowered him to the ground again. Still, he refused to let go of one of the man's hand. Hermione finally stopped at a small store and motioned for everyone to follow her in. The store seemed small, but the girl reassured them it was much bigger. It was just that most of the things were stored in the basement. An old lady came to greet them, and she let out a small squeal when she recognized Hermione. Hermy, darling, it's so good to see you again. Hermione smiled fondly. Hello, Miss Darnell. It's good to see you again, too. How have you been? Good, good. What brings you here, dear? You haven't come in ages. Your parents told me you had gone to a boarding school. Hermione nodded. Yes, I'm sorry I haven't been here as often as I used to. The lady brushed her apologies off and looked at the others. Her eyes fell on small Harry and smiled at the child. Ah, I bet this young one is the reason you're here. Am I right, Hermy? The girl smiled and nodded. Yes, this is Harry. It's his birthday, and I wanted to buy him something from your store if it's okay. The old lady smiled kindly, and Sirius could feel Harry relax next to him. Of course it's all right, dear. Come with me, everyone. I'm sure we can find the perfect present for you, young one. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. And thanks to LA Honey for beta reading this. Forgotten Doll. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. A/N. I'm sorry it took so long for getting this new chapter out, but I didn't quite know how to continue. Besides, my beta reader seems to have a few problems, because she hasn't sent my chapter back, so this version has not been beta read yet. You've been warned. Hope you like it. Free. The old lady turned to Hermione and smiled fondly at her. Hermy, dear, why don't you lead your friends downstairs? I'm sure you still remember the way down. The girl nodded happily, but remembering who she was going with, she turned to the Weasley twins. Looking at them sternly, she said, You two better behave. No pranks down there. The two boys looked a little startled at the fierce determination in the girl's eyes, but nodded humbly. After having been reassured by Mrs. Weasley that she would keep a sharp eye on them, Hermione turned around and walked to the stairs that had been slightly hidden by the counter. Sirius, seeing the steps of the stairs were fairly high, picked Harry up in his arms and walked down after Hermione. When they came down, they were stunned at what they saw. Hermione had been right. It was a huge place, but it was arranged in a way that didn't look like they were in a store. Along the walls were several racks full of toys. Sirius noticed they were not the new toys you could find in any Muggle shop. Instead, they were old, even if they were kept in a good state. In the middle of the room, there were a few couches ready for customers to sit there. Hermione smiled at their surprised faces. Amazing, isn't it? Miss Darnell is a real toy maniac. She wouldn't need to have this store, because her family has always been very well off, but she really enjoys selling toys. This store is somewhat hidden, and she doesn't get many customers. But that's okay with her. She believes that every toy belongs to a certain child. That's why she built this area. The children that come here have the chance to play some with the toys, trying to find the one they really enjoy. She looked up at her friend, still nestled in his godfather's arms, and asked, Want to look around, Harry? The child nodded. Sirius put him back on the ground, and the boy hesitantly walked to one of the shelves, beginning to examine the toys there. Hermione and Ron soon joined the kid, while the twins went to another side of the room and the adults sat down. After half an hour of going through toys, Harry's attention was drawn to a small doll. Frowning, he wondered why he had looked at her. He liked stuffed animals, but he didn't particularly care for dolls. While Ron and Hermione bickered over some puzzles, Harry came closer to the doll. He looked her over once again. She was very beautiful. Her face was finely drawn, a bright expression etched on her features. She was wearing a pale blue dress that reached down to her ankles, and small white boots covered her feet. Carefully, he picked her up and held her close to his chest. Noticing her eyes had opened, he was somewhat startled to see she had bright emerald eyes, very much like his own. Suddenly his arm brushed against something. Looking closer at the doll, he noticed there was a small piece of parchment sticking inside the dress. Slowly, he pulled the paper out as much as it would go, seeing it was attached to the dress. He could see faint writing on it, and even if it had faded through the years, he could still read it. After reading it, he nearly let the doll fall. The message was short and to the point. "For my Lily for her 17th birthday, prongs." Harry could feel himself begin to tremble. Even if Lily was a common name, he doubted there were much people going around with the name prongs, and much less the two names together. Suddenly, he was not able to contain his emotions any longer, cursing the potion in his mind. He slid down to the ground and began to sob, crying for the lose of his parents and the life he could have had with him, all the while clutching the doll close to his chest, letting his tears fall on her blonde hair. Sirius had been talking comfortably with Ms. Weasley when they were all startled out of their conversations by Harry's cries. Sirius was immediately on his feet, and even before Hermione and Ron could have approached Harry, the man was at his godson's side. Kneeling in front of the boy, the first thing Sirius did was to make sure the kid wasn't hurt. Not seeing any apparent injuries, he gently drew Harry to him. "Harry? What's wrong, sweetheart? Why are you crying?" The kid didn't answer him. He just buried his head into the man's chest and continued to cry, his sobs muffled by Sirius's robes. The man was about to ask again, when Remus hissed sharply in surprise. Looking up at his friend, he saw him looking, not at Harry as he had expected, but at the toy the child held in his arms. Looking down again, he studied the doll closely, and then he saw what had startled his friend. It couldn't be. Gently, he tried to get the doll out of the kid's arms, but it only caused Harry to roll out of his arms and curl up on the ground, crying harder. Sighing, Sirius came closer and picked the kid up into his arms. "Harry, kiddo, I need to look at the doll for a moment. I promise I will not take her away from you." Harry's cries softened a bit, and reluctantly, he handed the doll to his godfather. Sirius gave the toy to Remus. Noticing Harry's tear-filled eyes followed the doll's every movement. Remus looked at the dress, and Harry saw him drew out the piece of parchment he had been reading before. Not wanting to see the man's reaction, Harry curled up in Sirius's arms and buried his head in his godfather's chest again. Remus had gone even paler. Drawing a slow breath, he nodded to Sirius. It was the doll James bought Lily for her 17th birthday. Soft gasps ran through the room, and Sirius turned his attention to Harry, who was trembling in his arms. Stroking his back reassuringly, he exchanged a quick glance with Remus, who immediately left the room with the doll in his hands. Putting Harry in a more comfortable position against him, he looked at the others, smiling sadly. "I think it would be better if we went back home. We can order something to eat on the way there." Sirius noticed Hermione was looking guilty and quickly went over to her. Giving the girl a half hug, he reassured her it wasn't her fault this had happened, and that they were even happy it had. Finally, they left the room and went back upstairs where Remus was waiting for them, a package in his hands. Quietly, they made their way back to the leaky cauldron. Sirius noticed Harry had become very quiet. The child was still clutching his robes tightly. His bright green eyes were dull. Making a quick decision, he stopped. Looking at the adults, he said, "You go ahead, I'm going to apparate with Harry. I'll see you at my place. Remember to bring something to eat." Before the others even had the chance to nod, Sirius walked away, looking for some safe place to apparate. To be continued, A/N. Thanks for all reviews. The Party. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. When Sirius arrived at his house, he immediately went up the stairs and into the child's room. Harry had fallen asleep in his arms during the trip, and the man thought it was better to allow him to sleep for a while, letting the shock of finding something of his mother sink in. Tucking Harry tightly in his bed, Sirius kissed his forehead lightly and left the room. About an hour later, the others had arrived through Flu Powder. Sirius, who had been getting worried, immediately stood up. "Where on earth have you been? It doesn't take that long to go to the leaky cauldron and use Flu Powder." Mrs. Weasley put a calming hand on the man's shoulder. "We're sorry for having worried you, Sirius, but we still had to buy Harry's presents." Looking around the room, she asked, Where is he? In his room, sleeping. I thought it would be better not to wake him when we arrived. He was so distraught. The others nodded and put down the packages they had been carrying. Fred and George went to the kitchen and put the pizzas they had bought for lunch on the table, while their mother charmed the boxes to keep them warm. Remus, on the other hand, walked up to his room and put the doll on one of the shelves. He didn't want it to get damaged or lost, and knowing the twins, either possibility seemed too real, even if they had behaved so far. During the rest of the morning, the kids entertained themselves playing some Muggle games Hermione had brought along, since Sirius had forbidden them playing Exploding Snap for fear they would wake Harry up. After a while, Mr. Weasley joined them, very curious about how the game was played. Remus and Mrs. Weasley were engaged in an animated talk about Hogwarts, while Sirius remained silent, lost in thoughts. Finally, half an hour before lunch, the man got up and slipped out of the living room and went up the stairs to Harry's room. The child was still asleep, but he was now clutching his Gryffindor lion, and Sirius could see trails of tears running down his cheeks. Silently, the man sat on the bed next to his godson and gently shook him awake. Harry? Come on, kiddo, you can't stay all day in bed. The child blinked sleepily and looked up at him. Yawning, he sat up and looked around the room, trying to get his bearings back. Seeing he was back into his room, he sighed and laid back down. He really wasn't in the mood to get up. Sirius, on the other hand, knew it would not do Harry any good to stay up here on his own, so he picked him up despite the boys squirming. Harry, please stop. What's wrong? Leave me alone. Sirius repressed a sigh and cradled the boy closer to his chest, restraining his movements. No, Harry, I'm not going to leave you alone, especially not now. Harry, seeing the man was too strong for him, gave up the fight and just curled up in a small ball, refusing to look up at his godfather. Sirius, seeing it wouldn't do them any good to go downstairs while Harry was like this, went to sit in one of the chairs and sat the boy on his lap. Harry, why are you acting like this? It's your birthday. You should be happy. That doll was a present from James to Lily, the first he gave her after they started going out. You should be happy to have found it. Now you'll be able to keep it with you like you do with the cloak. Harry stayed very still, listening to the shooting voice of his godfather. He knew the man was right, but he really was not in the mood to celebrate. The doll had reminded him, once more, he didn't have parents to celebrate this day with him, and he didn't see why he should be happy when they couldn't be anymore. Sirius, sensing his mood, lifted the small head of his godson so he could look him in the eye. Harry, they would have wanted you to be happy. The small boy shrugged. There's no one who cares if I'm happy or not. Sirius grimaced. It was obvious Harry's mind was once again back with the Dursleys. Child, down in the living room are several people who care about you and want to see you happy. I want to see you happy too. Harry, I don't like it when you're so sad. The boy looked at him questioningly. Really? You care? Hugging his godson tightly to his chest, Sirius nodded. Of course I care, Harry. You are not longer with the Dursleys, remember? We all care about you. After a while, Harry finally nodded into the man's shirt and put his small arms around his godfather's neck. I'm glad you're here, Daddy. Sirius smiled slightly and ruffled the boy's hair. I'm glad you're here too, kid. Come on, everyone's probably waiting for us to have lunch. Harry sprung out of Sirius's lap and smiled slightly up at him. What do we have for lunch? Pizza. Harry's face brightened at once. He took his godfather's hand and began to pull him towards the door. Come on, Daddy. I'm hungry. Sirius laughed while he allowed his small godson to pull him down the stairs and into the kitchen, where Mrs. Weasley and Remus were already putting the pizzas on the plates. Harry took his usual seat, with Sirius sitting next to him and Hermione at his other side. The meal went on cheerfully. Everyone was happy to see Harry once again laughing happily and forgot about what had happened. Once everyone had eaten, Sirius lifted Harry up and brought him to the living room, where a large stack of presents was waiting. Once his godfather had lowered him on the ground, Harry rushed up to the presents and eyed them happily for a moment, while the others settled themselves around him on several chairs and couches. The first present Harry unwrapped was from the twins. It was a set of Muggle pranks they had come across in one of the stores they had visited after Harry and Sirius had left them. They confessed they had wanted to give Harry some magical pranks from their own creation, but hadn't wanted to risk their mother and Sirius's wrath. Harry laughed softly at this, and his eyes gained a mischievous glance when George whispered in his ear that they would give him a few pranks when they were back in school. Harry shook his head and moved on to the next present. It was from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. They had bought him a dark red cloak. When he got back to his own age, Remus or Sirius would just have to make it bigger. The kid thanked them profusely and wrapped the warm cloak around his shoulders, showing it off and making the others laugh. Next present was from Hermione and Ron. They had pulled their money together to buy him a small cat. Harry immediately became delighted with it and named him Snowball because its fur was completely white. Harry didn't even see his godfather shake his head in amusement. Sirius was sure he would end up taking care of the small animal, at least till his godson was older again. From Sirius and Remus, Harry got some more toys and a promise they would give him some things they still had from his parents when he was old again. Harry looked sad for a moment, but at the sight of the large cake Mrs. Weasley had just brought in, he pushed the words away and ran to the woman, with Ron and Hermione at his side. It was late evening when the Weasleys and Hermione left together through Floo powder. Hermione would be spending the rest of the summer with the Weasleys, so she would be able to go see Harry if she wanted. Once they were gone, Sirius settled on the couch, with Harry snuggled against him. He could easily tell the kid was tired, but he had refused to go to sleep, claiming it was his birthday. Remus and Sirius had relented, knowing he would fall asleep soon enough either way. They had been right. Barely 15 minutes later, Sirius was trudging up the stairs with the sleeping form of his godson cradled against his chest. After changing Harry into his PJs and putting him to bed, Sirius went to his own room. He still had some paperwork to do for Dumbledore, and with Harry there, he had been putting it off for long enough. At 11:45, he was startled out of his work by a shy knock on his door. Supposing it was Harry, since Remus wasn't that shy, he stood up quickly and opened the door. The young child was standing at the door, with his Gryffindor lion tightly clutched against his chest. Sirius could see the kid was trembling slightly and wouldn't meet his eyes. Kneeling in front of the boy, Sirius lifted his head gently and looked him straight in the eye. "What's wrong, Harry?" The kid shifted nervously under his gaze. "I had a nightmare and I can't go back to sleep. Can I?" Sirius smiled softly when the child didn't continue. Taking one of Harry's hands, he drew his godson into the room and moved to his bed. Lifting the covers up, he nodded to Harry. "Come on, kiddo, hop in." Smiling in relief, Harry scrambled inside the bed and settled in. Sirius shot a glance to his unfinished work and decided it could wait a few more days. Changing into a pair of black PJs, he kept his eyes on Harry, who was watching him intently, as if trying to make sure he wouldn't disappear. Joining his godson into the large bed, the small kid immediately moved closer, and letting go of the stuffed animal for the first time since he had arrived, he clamped his small arms around Sirius's chest. The man wrapped an arm protectively around the child and watched as his godson drifted off to sleep. After he was sure Harry was sleeping soundly, Sirius put the lights out and went to sleep himself, his arm never moving from the place around his godson. To be continued, /N. Thanks for all reviews. Illness. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. When Harry woke up, it was still dark outside. He was lying comfortably in Sirius's arms, and his godfather was sleeping soundly. For a moment, he wondered why he had woken up. There didn't seem to be any reason, but then he felt it again. His stomach had started to hurt, and he had a big urge to throw up. Quickly, he slipped out of Sirius's arms and silently ran to the bathroom. He reached it just in time. He threw up everything he had eaten that day and finally slumped on the floor, shivering from head to toe. Harry curled up in a small ball. Tears began to leak from his eyes slowly. He was feeling cold, and he had the irresistible urge to just start crying. He tried to fight it, as he did every time, but to no avail. He was exhausted and he just wanted to cry. So he did. Sirius had been sleeping peacefully, but he was startled awake when he heard a faint sound. Years of hiding from the ministry had made him a light sleeper, so he was immediately awake. He began to grow worried when he didn't see Harry lying next to him. He stood up and put on a night robe. He had identified the sound as crying and quickly made his way to it. The bathroom was dark, but Sirius knew the sound came from there. He switched the light on and frowned worriedly at the sight. With a few large steps, he had reached the crying child and put a hand against the burning cheek. "Harry, can you hear me, child?" Harry opened his eyes and stared at Sirius, his tears slowing down a bit. Immediately, he stretched out his arms in a demand to be picked up, and Sirius did so. The man cradled the small figure of his godson to his chest. He could feel the unnatural warmth emanating from the kid, and his gaze became even more concerned. Looking around, Sirius went to flush the WC and then picked up a washcloth. Harry was still crying, his head now buried in the man's shoulder, and Sirius could feel him shiver from the high fever. The man wetted the cloth in cold water and turned his attention to his godson. "Harry!" The child wrapped his arms tighter around his neck, but refused to look up. Sighing, Sirius walked up to his room. He didn't know what he should do with an ill child. It had been many years since he had been ill, and he barely remembered what his mother usually did. He knew he had to get the kid's fever down. That was almost common sense, but otherwise he was clueless. Making a quick decision, he pounded on Remus's door before continuing to his own. Once in his room, he moved to the bed and bent down, planning on putting Harry down, so he would be more comfortable, but the kid had other plans. "Harry, please, let go of my neck. You will be more comfortable lying down in a warm bed." But Harry just cried harder. "No, kid, please. I can't help you if you don't let go of me for a moment." "No." A sleepy voice came from the door. "What's going on, Padfoot?" Sirius looked at him, a frustrated look etching his features, while he once again wrapped his arms around the kid. "Harry's ill, Mooney. I wanted to put him in bed so I could try and get down his fever, but he refuses to let go of my neck." Remus looked at it all in mild amusement. He was worried about Harry, but the sight of his friend with a clinging child was funny. Sirius noticed, and his next words were sharp, making Harry cry louder. "Instead of laughing at me, why don't you help out?" Then he turned to Harry. "Please, kid, stop crying. I didn't mean to sound angry. Come on, baby." Harry completely ignored him and continued to cry. Remus shook his head and moved to them. He gently placed a hand on Harry's cheek, since his forehead was buried in Sirius's shoulder, and then frowned. "We certainly need to get that fever down, Sirius." The other man looked completely exasperated. "I already told you that, but how? I can't cool him down if he's clinging to me like this." Remus chuckled lightly. "Why don't you two go have a shower? Or even better, take a bath. Remember, the water can't be too warm, but also not too cold." Sirius stared at him for a moment. "You want us to have a bath together?" Remus rolled his eyes. "Yes, Padfoot. That's what I said. And stop looking at me like that. He's 5, remember? It's not like he will be embarrassed about it." Sirius sighed. His friend had a point, of course. "Oh, okay." Remus smiled. "While you're at it, I'm going to send an owl to Madame Pomfrey. See if she can come by at the morning." Remus left the room. Sirius looked at the child in his arms and moved to the bathroom again. In a few minutes, he had filled the tub with water and turned his attention to the clinging child. "Harry, we're going to take a bath now. Can you let go of me enough time for me to take off our clothes?" All his answer was a tightening of the kid's arms around his neck. Without saying anything else, Sirius drew his wand and muttered a few words. His and Harry's clothes were instantly removed, and the man carefully stepped into the water. He lay down in the water as comfortably as he could, making sure to keep Harry's head out of the water, and then began to pass a washcloth over Harry's hair, wetting it. The kid shivered even more. "It's cold," he answered with a soft voice, never stopping wetting the child's hair. "I know, baby, but that's what you need right now. You've a fever." Aunt Petunia never cared. Sirius bit his lip, trying to control his anger at those words. "I know, child, but I'm not her, am I?" Harry relaxed against him, letting his grip become looser. "No, buddy." Sirius heard the tired voice and smiled fondly down at the raven-haired head. "Why don't you try to sleep, kid? I'm not going anywhere." Harry made a small sound, which Sirius interpreted as a yes. The man stayed still, lightly stroking the boy's head, while he felt Harry's breath become even. To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. The Flu. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius carefully dried Harry's sleeping form, being sure not to awake the small boy again. When he entered his room, Remus was sitting in a chair, waiting for him. The brown-haired man looked up questioningly from the book he had been reading. "Well, how's he doing?" Sirius shrugged and placed Harry on his bed, covering him up with a light sheet. "His fever has gone down a bit, and he fell asleep. Other than that, your guess is as good as mine." The dark-haired man sat down next to his friend. Remus looked at him with a small smile. I owe Madame Pomfrey. I'm sure she'll be here by tomorrow. Sirius nodded. Thanks, Remy. You probably should go back to bed. There's not much we can do anyway. Remus frowned. What about you? Are you going to sleep? Sirius shrugged slightly. I'll stay here with Harry, probably sleep a bit in a chair. Don't worry about it. Remus didn't seem to be very fond of that idea, but finally decided to let the matter rest and return to his own room. Sighing, Sirius transfigured one of the wooden chairs into a leather armchair and sank into it, ready to spend a long night next to Harry. Madame Pomfrey entered their house at barely 7 o'clock. Remus was still sleeping in his room, and Sirius was dozing in the chair when the matron arrived. The woman seemed to have come without even brushing her hair, which made Sirius smile slightly. The nurse glared at him, but all her attention shifted to the sleeping boy. She herded Sirius out of the room, telling him to go and wash up while she checked on Harry. The black-haired man stood in the hall for a moment, looking at the closed door and wondering how the woman had managed to get him out of there, but finally decided it didn't really matter and moved towards the bathroom. When he came out, Remus had just waked up and was heading downstairs towards the kitchen. Mooney looked up when his friend joined him. I thought you would stay with Harry? Sirius snorted. Madame Pomfrey came half an hour ago. She threw me out of the room, told me I only would stand in the way. Remus smiled slightly and entered the kitchen, where he started to make coffee for his friend and him. Well, Padfoot, I'm sure she knows what's better. The man glared at him, but chose to remain silent and just look out of the window. Half through the coffee, the nurse joined them. Both men looked up at her questioningly. Well, Madame Pomfrey sat down and accepted the coffee Remus handed her. He has the flu. It's nothing important, but you'll have to watch him carefully for the next few days. Children have a nasty tendency to just do whatever they want when they start to feel better, and that can just make matters worse. Give him a fever-reducing potion every 6 hours. Make him stay in bed and keep him warm. If his temperature raises and it's not time for the potion, bathe him again and call me at once. I'll come back tomorrow morning, okay? Both men nodded. Sirius immediately went out of the kitchen and up to his room, where Harry was still sleeping peacefully. An empty goblet rested at the night table, showing Madame Pomfrey had already given him his dose of potion. Sirius sat down on the chair he had slept in and put a hand on the boy's forehead. Harry's fever was already starting to go down, which pleased Sirius. The man, seeing he didn't have much more to do, returned to the paperwork he had left unfinished the night before. If he was going to stay at Harry's bedside, which he was, he might as well use the time his godson remained asleep to work. A few minutes later, Remus came up with some breakfast. He had been talking a bit more with the nurse, and she had insisted he should also keep an eye on his friend, making him rest from time to time. Not that Remus needed to be told. If anyone knew how obsessive Sirius could be when he was concerned, that was him. For once in his life, Sirius was not difficult and quietly ate everything his friend had brought him up. The problems came when Remus told him to get some rest. Sirius flatly refused to leave the room, and finally, after a lot of arguing, both agreed that Sirius could sleep in a cot in the room as long as Remus promised to wake him the instant Harry woke up. In the end, they shouldn't have bothered. 2 hours later, Harry began to move restlessly in his bed. His small frame was covered in sweat, and he was whimpering softly. Remus tried to cool him off a bit with a cold washcloth, but the child only started to whimper more loudly. In fact, he made enough noise to wake Sirius up from his dozing. Both men bent over the small boy, and Sirius shook him gently. Harry, child, wake up. Harry fought slightly against the hands that were on his shoulders, but when his godfather called him again, he woke up. Seeing the familiar faces of his guardians, the boy relaxed against his pillows tiredly. Sirius smiled down at him slightly. Hey, kid, how are you feeling? Harry frowned. Why was his godfather asking him that? He was about to ask him when the memories about last night came back to him, and he realized that he wasn't really feeling very well. In fact, he was feeling very hot, and his stomach ached a bit. He looked at his godfather, wondering if he should tell him the truth. As if reading his mind, Sirius said, Tell me the truth, Harry. I can't help you if you're not honest, and since I'm going to try to help you anyway, we might as well try to do it right the first time around. Harry chuckled a bit, but nodded, knowing Sirius would probably know if he lied. I'm feeling hot, and my stomach aches. I'm also a bit dizzy. Sirius nodded firmly, while Remus put the washcloth over his forehead making him shiver. Madame Pomfrey came by a few hours ago. She says you have the flu. Harry rose an eyebrow and shrugged. Oh, well, it's not that bad. It'll go away. Both adults looked at him incredulously as Harry sat up and swung his legs out of the covers. Sirius regained his bearings just in time to pick up the boy when Harry was about to jump out of bed. Looking sternly down at his godson, he clearly stated, "You're not getting out of that bed until Madame Pomfrey, Remus, or I say that you can." Confused green eyes looked up at him. "Why? Are you mad about last night?" "I didn't mean to wake you up." Sirius, seeing the tears gathering in the child's eyes, quickly sat him down on his lap and hugged him. "Of course I'm not mad, Harry. But you're ill. You need to stay in bed so you can heal faster. Ill people need rest." Harry was still looking rather confused. "Oh, if you say so, Daddy. But Aunt Petunia never made me stay in bed." Remus, who had remained silent till the moment, saw the flash of anger cross his best friend's eyes and decided to pick up the discussion from him. "What about Dudley, Harry? He got to stay in bed when he was ill, didn't he?" Remus ignored Sirius' glare and kept his eyes trained towards the boy. Harry titled his head and nodded slightly, some of the confusion leaving his features. "Yes, Aunt Petunia always made him stay in bed or on the couch in the living room. I thought it only was because he was being lazy and didn't want to go to school." Both Sirius and Remus thought that Harry was probably right, and that most of the times his fat cousin had faked any illness he might have had, but they chose not to comment on it. Instead, Remus continued his reasoning. "Well, your aunt wanted that your cousin would get better soon. We want you to get better soon, too. So we want you to stay in bed, understood?" Harry shrugged, relaxing against his godfather. "Okay, if you say so." Sirius smiled a bit, his anger having disappeared, and placed Harry on the bed again. "Good. There you go, kiddo. Now, why don't you try to sleep some more?" Harry let himself be tucked in by loving hands and was already nearly asleep when Sirius gently kissed his forehead. Cracking a small smile, the child mumbled, "Love you, Uncle Remus." "Love you, Daddy." Both men froze in shock, but slowly a smile spread over their faces. Together they answered the small boy. "We love you too, child." To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Okay, I have several announcements to make, namely two. The first one is that I've started my own updating group. In a while I'll stop sending mail, so anyone who's still interested in knowing when I update, please sign up in groups.yahoo.com/group/Polaris_45. That was done mainly because the emails I had were starting to fail, meaning many people who had asked me to receive the notice didn't get it. The second one is that for those who are interested, you can now find Dangers in the Past translated to French. It is being done by Fanny. The story is called Dangers du Passé, and you can find it at the following direction: http://www.fanfiction.net/read.php?. Story it equals 891105. I hope those of you who prefer to read in French will be happy. Well, that's it. Thanks for listening, reading. To my ramblings, nervous face, I'll see you again in the next chapter. Polaris. Worries. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Sirius was just finishing the work he had to do for Dumbledore when Harry woke up again. The man noticed his godson was shivering slightly under the blankets, and looking at his watch he remembered it was time for Harry to take another fever-reducing potion. Sirius was just about to go out the room to get the potion when Remus came in, a goblet tightly held in his left hand. Both men smiled at each other and moved to the bed, where Harry had curled up, burying himself in the warmth of the bed. Sirius gently brushed the sweaty bangs out of his forehead, making the child open his eyes. "Hey, kiddo, did you have a good nap?" Harry nodded slightly, curling up even more. Fine, Daddy." Sirius carefully took his shivering son into his arms and set him on his lap, keeping the blankets tightly around the small boy. Putting a hand against Harry's forehead, Remus frowned. "Here, drink this, Harry. It will help you with your fever." Sirius took the goblet from his friend and held it against Harry's lips. The child sipped a bit of the potion, but immediately turned his head away due to the bitter taste of the liquid. Both men shared a concerned look, starting to think this was going to be more difficult than they had thought at first. Sirius tried to put the goblet against Harry's lips again. "Come on, kid. Just drink it up and you'll feel better, I promise." But Harry turned his head away again. Remus knelt in front of them. "Harry, child, How about I give you some chocolate after you've drunk the potion? Sirius looked at his friend with raised eyebrows. So, now you're bribing the kid? Remus ignored him and kept his gaze trained towards the child. Harry seemed to consider the statement for a moment, but when Sirius tried to put the goblet to his lips again, he moved his head. Sighing, Sirius handed the goblet back to Remus. It seemed they would have to be a bit more persuasive, meaning they wouldn't give the boy a choice. Sirius wrapped a firm arm around the small form of his godson and positioned him so the child's head was leaning against his left arm. Holding the head firm in place with his other hand, he motioned for Remus to pour the potion into the boy's mouth. The other man seemed reluctant, but seeing no other option, complied. Harry tried to fight against the hands that were holding him in place, but to no avail. Sirius was much stronger, and he couldn't do anything else but swallow the foul-tasting potion, tears leaking out of his eyes. Once he had drunk all of it, Sirius loosened his grip and gathered the crying boy against his chest. "Hush, child, I'm sorry, but you had to drink it to get better." Soon after that, Harry was sleeping again, and Sirius gently tucked him back in a bed, sighing sadly. Without a word, Remus patted his shoulder and left the room, taking the empty goblet with him. He knew Sirius didn't like to have to force Harry to do things, but sometimes the child was just too stubborn. After all, it was for his own good. Luckily, Harry loved Sirius enough to not hold it against him. Else Remus didn't even want to imagine the troubles there would be in their strange household. Dumbledore came by a few hours later. He had come to collect Sirius' work and to check on how things were going with Harry. The small boy was still sleeping, but Sirius decided to wake him up since he had already missed breakfast and lunch. Harry blinked a bit when he was gently shaken awake. Looking up, he frowned up at his godfather and buried his head in his pillow. "Harry, it's time to wake up. You have to eat something." "I'm not hungry. It won't be much, I promise. But you have not eaten anything since yesterday." Harry didn't seem to care how long it had been since he had last eaten and just snuggled tighter into the covers. Sirius, seeing that reasoning wasn't going to get him anywhere, gently pried the child from the blankets, wrapped him in a warm robe, and lifted him into his arms. Harry struggled a bit, but in the end just accepted it and put his head into his godfather's shoulder, closing his eyes again. Remus and Dumbledore looked up when Sirius came into the kitchen, Harry half asleep in his arms again. The headmaster smiled softly and looked as Sirius sat down in his usual chair, trying to convince Harry to stay awake. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled when he spoke. "It seems young Harry is even more of a handful when he's ill. Don't you agree, Sirius?" The man sighed in resignation, accepting the bowl of soup Remus had handed him. "Oh, I can assure you he is." The dark-haired man started to feed Harry slowly, while the child grudgingly swallowed the soup. Remus sat down in front of the pair and looked at Dumbledore. "What brings you here, headmaster?" The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes disappeared. "I came to collect the papers I asked Sirius to work on. Are they done?" Padfoot looked up from Harry and nodded. "Yes, they are in my room. Do you mind holding Harry for a moment?" "I'm going to get it." Dumbledore extended his arms, nodding, and gathered the small child into his lap, noticing the unnatural warmth coming from his body. Harry looked up at him, his eyes torn between sleep and curiosity at the man who was now holding him. Dumbledore smiled gently down at the boy. "Hello, Harry." Sighing, Harry snuggled closer to the old man. "Hey, Professor. How are you feeling?" "Tired, but Daddy said I had to eat." Harry pouted slightly, making Remus and Dumbledore laugh. Before the headmaster had a chance to reply, Sirius came back, a black carpet clutched in his hands. "Here you go, Albus." The old headmaster accepted the folder and handed Harry back to his godfather, who once again set up to feed the small child. Remus turned his gaze once again to the old man and saw a worried look in his eyes. "Albus, what's wrong? You seem worried." Dumbledore looked at the younger man and sighed. "It's nothing, Remus. Don't worry about it." But Sirius had already looked up and caught the look. "Albus, it's not nothing. You don't look worried for nothing." The old man was slightly annoyed but gave in. "Severus was summoned just before I left the castle. I'm worried about him. It's the first time Voldemort has called him, and I'm afraid something will happen to him." Sirius chose not to comment. He and Snape hated each other, and he had no trouble in admitting it. He also knew Dumbledore would be upset if he said anything offending right now, so he chose the wisest way and focused on Harry. "Remus, Sensing the tension coming from his friend and from the headmaster, tried to reassure the older man. It'll be okay, he has done it many times and no one has ever suspected him. I'm sure Sirius will be able to pull this off. Dumbledore simply nodded in response. He didn't seem to be reassured in the least, but he had caught the tense expression in Sirius' face and decided to keep his worries to himself. Soon he decided it was time to return to Hogwarts and left the two men alone. Remus immediately turned to Sirius. I wish you wouldn't act so weird every time Severus is mentioned. You know Albus worries about the man, and even if you don't like him, you could try to get along with him, even if it's only for Dumbledore's sake. Sirius scowled at him. I do all I can, I didn't even insult him. I can't do miracles, Remus. I hate the man, always have and always will. I'm willing to lay off for Dumbledore, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Remus sighed in frustration. Would his friend ever get over it? Probably not. Harry had listened to the exchange for a moment, but finally let the sleep that had been threatening to overcome him win, and slumped in his godfather's arms. He was sure the two men would be able to sort their disagreements out much better without him listening on them. To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Trouble. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. 2 days later, Dumbledore was sitting in his office, looking through some ministry papers he had to give Fudge in the evening. The old man was suddenly startled out of his work when the door to his office opened violently, crashing against the wall. Severus, still dressed in his Death Eater's robes, stormed in, coming to a halt in front of his desk. Without stopping to regain his breath, the potion's master hurriedly started to speak. Albus, he has found out about Potter being a child. It seems someone or something recognized the kid while he was lost in the forest and just now informed Voldemort about it. He has already sent a group of 20 Death Eaters to Black's house. The old headmaster sprang up from his seat and rushed towards the fireplace. How long ago was that? Severus looked apologetically at his mentor. About half an hour ago. I left as soon as I could without making Voldemort suspicious. Dumbledore nodded while he threw some white powder into the fireplace. Go warn the teachers. Tell them to get ready and wait for me in the Great Hall. Dumbledore turned to talk to the head of Arthur Weasley that has appeared in the fire, while Snape rushed out of the office, heading towards the staff room. A few minutes later, Dumbledore rejoined his staff. Everyone was looking at him anxiously, waiting for news. Arthur has already warned all the Aurors he could on such short notice. They are on their way. I tried to contact Sirius and Remus, but no one answered. I'm afraid they might already be under attack. We need to go there and help them out. Everyone nodded. Dumbledore turned towards Snape. Severus, go help Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, please. Seeing the younger man was about to protest, the headmaster raised a hand. Severus, it wouldn't do us any good if a Death Eater saw you. Without a word, the potion's master turned around and left his companions. Dumbledore nodded to everyone else and walked out of the school. Quickly, they made their way towards the forest, and from there they apparat as near to Sirius's house as possible. They arrived more or less at the same time as the Aurors. Nodding at each other, Dumbledore led the way towards the house. The first sign that something was not right were the 3 stunned bodies of black-robed men. It seemed that even if they had been caught by surprise, Sirius and Remus had put up a fight. What bothered Dumbledore the most was the silence coming from the house. Had they come too late to save their friends? Cautiously, they made their way towards the silent house. The Aurors spread out, approaching the building from the sides, while the teachers walked to the front door. Minerva looked around in apprehension. The door had been blasted out of its hinges, and 5 stunned bodies lay in the doorframe. Silently, the small group entered. The hall was covered with even more bodies, but there still was no sign of their friends. Dumbledore was trying to decide what to do when a soft voice made them all turn around sharply. You're late. Standing there, leaning against the doorframe that led towards the kitchen, was Harry Potter, a 15-year-old Harry Potter. Raising an eyebrow towards the stunned teachers, the boy took a sip of tea from the cup he was calmly holding in his hands. About time you got here. All those Death Eaters don't really match the decoration. The teachers were too stunned to react to the joke. They had been ready to enter a fight with the Death Eaters and, in the worst of cases, to find their friends disappeared or dead. But instead of that, they had found a boy that was not supposed to be 15 again yet, calmly telling them they were late. Harry started to get uncomfortable under the stares of his teachers. He had returned to his usual body and state of mind barely 15 minutes ago, and his emotions were a complete mess. Right now, he had the urge to run towards Sirius and hide behind the man, something utterly ridiculous for a 15-year-old. Even so, that part ended winning, and he turned around, heading once again into the kitchen, followed closely by his teachers. There, sitting in comfortable chairs, were Sirius and Remus, also drinking tea. Harry immediately went to sit next to Sirius and pressed against his side for reassurance. The older man smiled down at him and wrapped a comforting arm around his slim shoulders before looking up at the teachers. "Good evening, everyone. I would ask what brings you here, but I guess that's obvious." Finally regaining his senses, Dumbledore told Professor Sprout to go tell the Aurors to take care of the Death Eaters. Then he went to sit in the chair next to Remus. "What happened?" "Severus just came back telling us that you were being attacked. We came as soon as we could, but we certainly didn't expect to find you sitting here, calmly drinking tea." Remus and Sirius both chuckled amusedly, and the brown-haired man started to explain as best as he could what had happened. Flashback. Remus and Sirius were sitting peacefully in the living room. Harry was sleeping in his room. Even if the boy was feeling better, Sirius still made him stay in bed, just to be on the safe side. Remus was reading a thick book on charms while Sirius skimmed half-heartedly through the Daily Prophet. Suddenly Remus' head snapped up. Sirius, noticing, raised an eyebrow towards him. "Something wrong, Moony?" Without answering, Lupin made his way towards the window and carefully looked outside. Drawing in a sharp breath, Remus took out his wand and pressed himself against the wall. Sirius, now really worried about his friend's actions, put the paper on the table. "Remus, what's—" "Death Eaters are coming." Sirius' only reaction was a sharp gasp before he stood up, wand already in his hand. "We need to warn Dumbledore." Remus had already moved towards the front door. "There's no time." At the same moment he had uttered those words, the front door was blown up and the Death Eaters started to stream in. Both men quickly forgot about warning Dumbledore and instead centered their attention in keeping the black-robed men out of their house. They needed to keep Harry safe. Upstairs, the commotion didn't go unnoticed. Harry had woken up because of the many shouts and was now curled up in his bed, his Gryffindor lion clutched tightly against his chest. The small boy was trembling in fear, trying to block out the sounds coming from downstairs. Suddenly, a soft song replaced the shouts and cries. The melody was blocking out every other sound. Harry looked up from where he was clutching the lion and looked around, trying to determine from where the beautiful music was coming from. On the desk, now shining softly, sat his mother's doll. Cautiously, Harry slid out of his bed and approached the glowing doll. The melody grew even more beautifully as Harry came closer to the small doll. Gently, he stretched out his hand, and the moment his fingers brushed the doll's hair, a bright, golden light blinded him and then plunged him into darkness. To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Inside the doll. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. Harry. The voice calling him was soft and gentle, but Harry was feeling sleepy and safe and didn't want to open his eyes yet. He could sense a bright light behind his eyelids, and the soft music had started again. Harry. Something soft brushed his cheek, trying to get him to open his eyes. Sighing, Harry complied reluctantly. He really was too much at peace to bother with anything else. The small boy gasped sharply at the woman standing in front of him. She had bright red hair and deep green eyes. It was without doubt his mother. "Mommy!" The woman smiled softly, a few tears appearing at the sides of her eyes. Extending her arms towards her child, she softly spoke again. "Hello, baby." Harry allowed himself to be cuddled against the woman's chest. It was a strange feeling. So much like when Sirius hugged him, yet so different. After a few minutes, the woman gently disentangled his arms from around her neck, chuckling lightly at his disappointed moan, and put him down on the glowing floor. "I'm sorry, baby, but we need to talk." Harry pouted a bit, but instead of arguing, he looked around the room they were in. It was fairly big, completely bare, and painted in a deep golden color. The walls were pulsating slightly. The light they gave out illuminated the whole space. It was a strange room, but it was strangely reassuring. The woman moved, claiming his attention once again. "Little one, it's time." "Time for what, Mommy?" "Time to return to your life as it's meant to be. You can't stay like this anymore. They need you. Harry frowned. He didn't like what the woman was implying. Trying to divert her attention from the subject, he asked a question that was bothering him. Where are we, Mommy? How comes I can see you? The woman grimaced. She could tell the small boy was trying to change the subject and that they really didn't have that much time to play 20 questions. But nevertheless, she answered. You got my doll, didn't you? The one James gave me on my 17th birthday? Harry nodded, wondering what the doll had to do with anything. That doll is special, Harry. James charmed it, so that if I ever felt lonely or needed help, she would bring me in here, and I would see James and talk to him, even if it was only a reminder of him, much like the portraits of people that hang around Hogwarts. When you were born, I changed the charm slightly and gave you the doll. Every time you got very upset and James and I weren't around, whoever was babysitting you would give you the doll, and you would be brought in here. Harry stayed still. He would never have guessed that such a little doll would be able to mean so much to him. So, Dad's also around? Lily smiled sadly. He would be, Harry, but you don't need him. The small boy looked at her confused. Of course I need him. But at the same time he said those words, he knew they weren't true. He had Sirius and Remus. They couldn't replace their mother completely, but they sure had taken the role of his father. Bending his head, Harry mumbled quietly. You're right. I'm sorry. Lily laughed softly. Oh, baby, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad Siri and Remy are taking such good care of you. Harry nodded, relief showing clearly in his bright green eyes. Lily once again changed the topic to what she originally had wanted to say. Harry, you need to regain your older body. Harry's face saddened. I can't. I'm not ready. The woman kneeled in front of him. Yes, you are. In this short time, you have learned that you're not alone, that no matter what happens, Sirius and Remus will be there for you. You still have a long way to go. I know it. You know it. Siri and Remy know it. But being 5 much longer is not going to help anymore. You need to go on as a 15-year-old. Or would you prefer to change back just a few days before going to Hogwarts, with barely any time to adjust? Harry shook his head sadly. No. Lily gently extended her hand. Then come on, my little one. Sirius and Remus need your help. And after that, you can have a nice, long chat with them and continue with healing this depression of yours. Harry sighed. He knew she was right, but he wasn't looking forward to it. Things were bound to be even more confusing if he turned back. Would he still feel compelled to act as a child? Maybe he would be able to repress it again, but he wasn't supposed to do that. It would only bring him more trouble. Noticing his mother still kept her hand extended to him, he tentatively reached out to touch it. Before his fingers brushed against those of Lily, the woman spoke again. Remember that I love you, Harry Potter. No matter what happens, remember that. I will be here if you need me. You only need to call out to me. Harry nodded decisively. It was time to return to his parents. Firmly, he grasped his mother's hand, and everything disappeared again. He woke up again at the sound of shouts. His head was pounding painfully, and he could feel the jumble of emotions and thoughts trying to drown him. Luckily, the sound of footsteps climbing up the stairs made him focus on what was happening. Quickly, he walked up to his desk, trying to suppress the nausea that ran through his body, and from one of the drawers he picked up his wand and his invisibility cloak that had remained locked in there while he was small. Sighing, he wrapped the cloak around him and went to stand next to the door, just when a group of 3 Death Eaters entered his room. Harry waited patiently till the black-robed men were fully into the room. He wished he had been able to test his magic before having to use it in a fight, but now he didn't have the time anymore. Slowly, he raised his wand and muttered the stunning curse. As the 3 Death Eaters dropped to the ground, completely unconscious. Harry sighed in relief. It had worked. Without another look to the 3 men, he quickly made his way downstairs. He needed to help his dad. Sirius. Oh, hell, it was beginning. Shaking his head, he started to walk down the stairs. Remus and Sirius were fighting back to back against 10 Death Eaters, and they didn't seem to have an easy time with it. While trying to keep each other safe and dodging the unforgivables, the 2 men didn't have the time to shout curses of their own. Well, it was time to make this fight a bit fairer. Bringing his wand up again, Harry took a deep breath and shouted, Stupefy. The 4 Death Eaters that had had their backs facing him fell down instantly, and the confusion that ran through the room was all what Harry needed. He quickly disarmed 2 other Death Eaters while Sirius and Remus regained their senses and started to stun the remaining men. The fight was over in a few minutes. After Sirius had stunned the last Death Eater, Both men turned to where they had last heard Harry. The young teen nervously let the cloak slid down and faced his guardians, who were by now looking quite shocked. Air.High. To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. Doubts. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. The three of them stayed still for a few moments, with all the Death Eaters stunned at their feet. Harry looked down and began to get uncomfortable under the stares of his guardians. A soft whisper coming from Sirius made him look up. Harry. The boy nodded slightly and passed a hand over his messy black hair. Hey, DMMH Siri. The boy stopped and shook his head. How was he supposed to call the man now? Sirius, seeing his godson's hesitation, quietly completed the sentence for him. Dad. Harry looked him in the eye and finally nodded. If that's what you want. Sirius smiled slightly. I would like it very much. Harry returned the smile and turned towards Remus. Can I still call you Uncle Remus? The older man laughed softly. Of course you can, Harry. It beats being called Professor all the time. Then his face became serious again. What happened, kid? Are you all right? Both men had approached him and were now standing in front of him, looking him over carefully for any signs of injury. Harry shrugged slightly and sat down on the steps, suddenly feeling very tired. I'm fine. Sirius knelt next to the boy and placed an arm around his shoulders. Are you sure? You don't look so good. Harry nodded. I'm fine, really. Just tired and very confused. Sirius still didn't look very sure, but accepted the answer. What happened? Before Harry had the chance to answer, Remus cut in. Let's go to the kitchen. It will be more comfortable than sitting here. Besides, I think we can all use a cup of tea. Sirius nodded in agreement and stood up, pulling Harry up with him. The teen wavered a bit, and his godfather quickly put a hand around his waist to steady him. The three of them stepped over the unconscious Death Eaters and entered the kitchen. While Remus was making tea, Sirius sat Harry down in one of the chairs and decided to call up Dumbledore through the fireplace in the living room, so the old man would be able to get some Aurors to the house to collect the Death Eaters. When he returned, Remus and Harry were already drinking their tea. Sitting down in his usual chair next to Harry and accepting the cup of tea Remus offered him, he smirked. It seems my call was completely unnecessary. Dumbledore is already on his way with most of the teachers and a bunch of Aurors. Remus raised an eyebrow. How comes? Sirius shrugged. It seems Snape told him about the attack as soon as he got to Hogwarts, but by then the attack had already started, so they would not have been of much help anyway. His friend didn't answer. Instead, he had raised his head and seemed to be listening to something. Then, with a small smirk, he put down his tea. I think I should make some more tea. We have company. Into flashback. Harry stopped speaking. He had explained what had happened to him and the aftermath of the attack, since Remus seemed to be too surprised to continue with the story himself after hearing about the doll. Dumbledore was the first to break the silence. Well, that's quite a surprise, but I'm glad you're all okay. I was really worried when Severus told me about the attack. Before any of the three had the chance to answer, an Auror came in and addressed Dumbledore. Sir, we've already taken all the Death Eaters to the Ministry. Do you need anything else from us? The old headmaster smiled at the younger man and shook his head. No, we don't need anything else. Thank you for your assistance. The young man nodded and bowed to the older man. Anytime, sir. The Auror turned around and left the kitchen. Dumbledore returned his attention towards the trio and looked them over carefully. They all looked tired and Harry was already dozing, leaning against Sirius' side. The poor boy had gone through too much. When would he have a few moments of rest? Minerva's soft cough pulled him out of his thoughts. We'll be leaving you alone now, so you can all have a much-deserved rest. I'll be sending Poppy here sometime tomorrow to make sure you're all right. Both Sirius and Remus nodded, and the brown-haired man led them to the door, leaving Sirius and Harry in the kitchen. Before Dumbledore stepped out of the house, he turned to face the younger man. Remus, if you notice something wrong with Harry, please warn us at once. The werewolf nodded. Of course, headmaster, and have some rest on your own. You and Sirius don't look so good. Remus chuckled slightly. Don't worry, sir, we will, even if we have to put an extra bed in Harry's room. The headmaster and McGonagall, who had stayed behind waiting for the old man, laughed quietly before leaving. Remus walked back into the kitchen and saw that Sirius had pulled Harry into his lap, allowing the small teen to sleep more comfortably against his chest. Padfoot looked up when Remus entered the kitchen. Are they gone? Remus nodded and gathered the empty cups of tea. Yes. Dumbledore is worried about Harry. Sirius nodded, tightening his grip on his godson. So am I. Remus looked over at his friend. Why don't you bring him upstairs? He'll be much more comfortable in his bed. Sirius nodded and stood up slowly, making sure to not wake Harry up. Before he could leave the room with his charge, Remus spoke again. Sirius, turning around slightly, the man looked at his best friend. Yes, don't stay up with him all night. You need your rest as much as he does. When Remus saw Sirius open his mouth to protest, he turned his attention back towards the cups he was washing. I can always put a sleeping charm on you. Remus smirked when the other man didn't answer. Turning around slightly, he saw that his friend was glaring at him. Finally, Sirius sighed and nodded reluctantly. Okay, but don't expect me to leave him alone in his room. Remus couldn't help but laugh. His friend was so predictable. Wouldn't dream about it, old friend. Now go on. Sirius turned around and began to climb the stairs, shaking his head all the way. Sometimes Remus could be a real pain. Once in Harry's room, he placed the sleeping boy on the bed and went to the cupboard. There he saw the small clothes Harry had been wearing and smiled sadly at them, wondering how much things were going to change. With a wave of his wand, Sirius made some pajamas grow till they would fit Harry, and then he put them on Harry, noticing how much more difficult it was now that he had got his teenager body back. Sighing slightly, he tucked his godson in bed and turned back into a dog. There was no way he was going to leave Harry alone tonight. When Remus came up to check on them a few minutes later, he had to smile at the sight of the small teenager curled up against the form of a big, black dog. To be continued. /n. Sorry it took me so long to post this chapter. Thanks for all reviews. And thanks to my beta reader Vinny for her fantastic work. You can now find Dangers in the Past translated to Spanish. It's being done by Curry, and you can find it at http://www.fanfiction.net/red.php question mark story ID = 1036377. Hope you like it. What's wrong with Harry? Disclaimer. I don't own any of the characters. Free. The first thing Harry noticed was the warmth and comfort that surrounded him. The last thing he remembered was sitting next to Sirius in the kitchen, listening to Remus and Dumbledore talk. He supposed he had fallen asleep after that. He had to fight down the blush that threatened to overtake him when he thought about Sirius putting him to bed again. He really shouldn't have fallen asleep and bothered his godfather so much. Sighing slightly, he rolled to his side, trying to curl up like he used to do when he was smaller. Now, with his much larger body, he had some problems, but finally, he managed to curl up as much as possible. He was feeling strangely sleepy, but he didn't want to go back to sleep. Harry felt he needed to think. How was he supposed to act now? Should he revert to closing himself up? No, that probably wouldn't be very smart. Besides, he had become much closer to Sirius and Remus, and he didn't know if he would be able to shut them out now that he had finally let them in. On the other hand, he couldn't keep acting like a 5-year-old since he wasn't one anymore. So, what should he do? Sighing, Harry rolled onto his other side and bumped into something large. Sighing, he opened his eyes slightly and came face to face with his godfather's animagus form. The large dog jumped out of the bed and quietly transformed back into Sirius. The older man looked down at the boy with worry clearly written in his eyes. Sitting down on the bed next to his son, he put a gentle hand on Harry's head. What are you doing awake, Harry? You should still be sleeping. It's barely 6 o'clock. Harry shrugged slightly. I'm not tired. But at the same time he said that, Harry closed his eyes and moved a bit closer to Sirius, suppressing the small voice that told him he shouldn't act like that. The man smiled softly down at the boy, seeing he was about to fall asleep. Gently, he rearranged the blankets, so Harry was once again snuggled warmly in his bed, and once he was sure his godson was completely asleep, he turned back into Padfoot, ready to sleep for a few more hours. Gentle hands were shaking him, but he didn't want to wake up. He was feeling so tired. Finally, with a small moan, Harry opened his eyes a bit, just enough to see Remus bending over him. Harry, it's time to wake up, come on. Harry sighed and opened his eyes fully. Still tired, he moved away from the hands looking for the comforting form of his godfather, only to find him gone. His mind woke up a bit more, quickly trying to come up for a reason why Sirius would have left. He just knew he shouldn't have snuggled against Sirius. He shouldn't have behaved like a small kid, he shouldn't. "Good morning, Harry." Looking up, he came face to face with his godfather, who had just returned from taking a shower. Sirius was watching him with concerned eyes, much like he had done earlier that morning. Harry sighed relieved and closed his eyes again. He really needed some more sleep. Remus' warm hands had moved from his shoulders and were now caressing his cheek. He felt the bed go down at one of the sides and realized Sirius had sat down next to him. "Harry, is something wrong?" But Harry was too sleepy to properly give an answer. Dimly, he felt someone take his hand, squeezing it gently. "Moony, what's wrong with him?" The voices came from far away and finally disappeared, and only blackness remained. In the room, Sirius and Remus were getting very worried. Harry had been sleeping for nearly 15 hours. He shouldn't be so tired. Seeing there was not much they could do, Remus went to the fireplace and contacted Dumbledore. The old headmaster's face grew worried, and he promised he would be at their house with Poppy in a few minutes. Sirius, on the other hand, refused to leave Harry's side, his worry increasing with the minute. Once Madame Pomfrey entered the room, she made everyone go out, even if she had a hard time with getting Sirius out of the room. Once she was alone, she went over to Harry and began to check him up. On the other side of the door, Dumbledore had taken care of the two distraught guardians and brought them to the kitchen where he forced some food into them. Sirius, being as stubborn as ever, barely ate anything, trying to listen for the sounds coming from upstairs. When Remus had finally forced a slice of toast down his throat, Madame Pomfrey came back down, a concerned look on her face. Immediately, the men's attention turned to her. Sighing, the nurse sat down and looked at them seriously. "It's complicated." Accepting the tea Remus offered her, she continued. "The headmaster told me what happened yesterday, and while I don't doubt Harry saw Lily, I can assure that the boy changed on his own. His mother only convinced him it was necessary. The potion is still in his body, and its effects haven't diminished yet. Harry is using all his magical energy to keep his body as it is, and therefore he's feeling very tired." Everyone stayed silent for a few moments before Sirius spoke again. "Is there something we can do?" Poppy put her cup down and looked over seriously. "We could try to force him back into his younger body, but I don't think that's the best option. Whatever his mother told him has deeply convinced him that this is the best option, and it'll be very difficult to force him back. It might even be worse. On the other hand, we could give him a potion to counteract the aging one, but seeing as his magic is interacting with his body, I don't know what would happen if we did that." She sighed and spoke again. "I think the best we can do is give him a strengthening potion, so he doesn't feel that tired all the time and actually be able to stay awake for more than a few minutes. Of course, as his guardians, it's your decision." Remus immediately spoke for both of them. "I'm sure that whatever you say is best will be okay. Anything else you want us to do?" Madame Pomfrey shrugged slightly. "Just keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't get too confused. God knows what a mess his mind must be right now. I'll be coming back in a few days to check on him." "Okay." Both men nodded and they all stood up. Dumbledore smiled at them. "If you need someone to help you with Harry, make sure to tell me. I'm positive Minerva would love to help you out." Both Marauders nodded and led them to the door. After they left, Remus went back to the kitchen to clean out the tools they had used for breakfast, and Sirius went back to Harry's room to make sure he was still sleeping. To be continued. A/N. Thanks for all reviews. And thanks to my beta reader Vinny. Father and son. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the characters. Free. Harry groaned when someone lightly shook his shoulder. The weariness was still there, and the last thing he wanted to do was to wake up. Unfortunately for him, the hand that was shaking him seemed to be quite persistent. So finally he couldn't do anything but open his eyes and glare at the dark figure of his godfather hovering over him. The older man chuckled slightly at his scowl. "Wake up for just a minute, Harry. You need to drink this, and then you can go back to sleep." In the last few weeks, having grown used to obeying that tone of voice without questioning, Harry opened his mouth and allowed Sirius to feed him the potion before falling asleep once more. Once he had given Harry the potion Madame Pomfrey had sent, Sirius settled down next to his godson's bed, waiting for the potion to kick in. He knew they needed to talk. He had seen it in the confused eyes of the child the day before and in how Harry had hesitated in calling him Dad, something that had become natural in the few last weeks. Deep inside, Sirius knew that things couldn't stay the same now that Harry was older, yet he refused to let go of the closeness they had reached. He could not be the father of a 5-year-old now, but he could make sure to be the father figure of the now 15-year-old, with all the changes that it implied. And above all, he had to make sure Harry knew this, because in the past, the few weeks he had spent with the teen, he had learned that he had to tell the young teen things and not assume that because it was obvious, Harry knew about them. Sirius was so deep in thought that he missed the green, bright eyes looking up at him from the bed. Harry had awakened again a few minutes ago, only to find Sirius silently staring at the bed he was lying in, deep in thought. After careful consideration, Harry decided that Sirius probably wouldn't mind to be interrupted and slowly sat up. "Dad!" The man's head jerked up, and Harry froze for a moment. Maybe Sirius wouldn't want him to call him Dad now. Harry knew that the man had told him he would prefer it, but that was yesterday, and his godfather had probably been in shock. What if he was angry now? What if he— "Good evening, Harry." Harry shook his head and looked up at the man who had moved to sit next to him on the bed. "Evening? Is it already that late?" Sirius nodded slightly, keeping his eyes fixed on the teen's face, trying to make out what Harry was feeling. "Yes, you missed breakfast and lunch. If you can stay awake long enough, I'll fix you something to eat." Harry shrugged. "I don't feel tired and I would like to take a shower. But don't bother about dinner. I'll make myself something to eat. I can easily do it now that I'm not 5 anymore." Sirius forcibly shook his head. "Oh no, you don't. You go take a shower, and then it's back in bed for you. I'll take care of food, and then we'll talk." Hearing that his godfather's tone of voice didn't allow an argument, Harry nodded and stood up to go take a shower. An hour later, Harry was lying in bed again with an empty tray resting on his knees. Sirius had been sitting with him the entire time, making sure he wouldn't fall asleep on his food. Harry found that rather amusing since he didn't feel tired, but no matter what he tried to tell his godfather, the man refused to leave. Once he was finished, Sirius put the tray away and sat back on the bed next to Harry. They stayed silent for a while, both knowing they needed to talk, but neither was willing to say the first words. Finally, it was Sirius who broke the silence. "What's wrong, Harry? Why are you suddenly behaving so strange, so unsure of yourself?" Sirius could easily guess what was wrong with the boy. He knew him well enough to do it, but he wanted Harry to tell him since it would help him focus on what was bothering him the most. Harry stayed silent, unsure how to react to such direct question. He hadn't expected his godfather to be so blunt about it. Suddenly, a firm hand gripped his chin and gently turned his head towards Sirius, so his bright green eyes were on level with the man's chocolate-colored ones. "Harry, please, I want an honest answer. I can see this is bothering you a lot, and I have a fairly good idea on what is wrong, but I need you to tell me." The boy still looked unsure, but even so, he tried to answer the question as good as possible. I don't know what I should do. I mean, I'm not 5 anymore, so I can't act like a child anymore. On the other hand, I'm not the same as I was before, so I can't act like that either. I don't even know if I want to. So, what should I do? Which one of my instincts should I follow? What do I do when my heart tells me to do something, but my brain comes up with a lot of reasons why I shouldn't do that? And how am I supposed to act around you so you don't get angry or embarrassed? Or— Sirius put a calming hand on the boy's shoulder to stop the storm of words that had started to come out. Looking into his godson's distressed eyes, he pulled him close to his chest, hugging him like he did when he was a child. "I can't help you much on that one, child. You'll have to figure it out on your own. What I can tell you is that I don't mind how you act around us. There's not much you can do that could embarrass Remus and me, and I think you know well enough the things that will make us angry. That list doesn't include you calling me Dad, hugging me, or behaving childish. I don't mind that. What I told you as a 5-year-old is still valid now. I love you for who you are, no matter what. You can still call me Dad, even Daddy if you feel like it. I still will come into your room if you're having a nightmare or if you aren't feeling well. I'll still comfort you if you're hurt, or if you're afraid or sad." Sirius stayed silent for a moment, and then, in a low voice, he continued, "I am your father, Harry, in everything except blood, and the only way I'll ever stop being a father to you is if you directly tell me you no longer wish to be my son." By then, Harry had completely relaxed against his godfather's chest. No, his father's chest. The words Sirius had said had left him with a warm feeling spreading throughout him. With those simple words, his godfather had managed to make most of his worries disappear, at least for now. Snuggling closer, Harry closed his eyes and sighed. "I would never be able to tell you that, Daddy." As he drifted back to sleep, Harry smiled slightly. He knew things would still be messed up for a while, but for now, he took comfort from the fact that no matter what happened, Sirius would be there. His father would be there to help him and support him along the way. And maybe, just maybe, one day he would be able to stay with Sirius and Remus and truly enjoy every single moment of it. The end. /n. Okay, this is the end. Many of you might think the end was a bit rushed. I could have explained all of Harry's illness and how he recovers and all that, but I had several reasons to not continue it. First, I never wanted to make this story last more than the summer between 4th and 5th year. Second, we've already gone through all the Harry is ill thing a few times, and it would just be repeating the same all over again, which in the end would just be boring. And last, but not least, I've taken some new projects which are taking a lot of time. I've started to write Web of Lies, which you can expect to start coming out around Christmas. I've started a translation of a Spanish FIC, which I particularly liked a lot. And I'm trying to keep up again with Fate and trying to get Forest of Mystery going again. Considering I also have to study, you'll understand why I wanted to get this out of my way. I don't have plans to writing a sequel, so don't expect one. I think this is all I had to say to you. Just thank you for all reviews. They were greatly appreciated, and lots of thanks to my beta reader Vinny.